Okay, so let's me just say good evening to my guests. Good evening to you, sir. Denzel Morancy, good evening to you. If you're hearing me loud and clear, good evening.
Hi, good day. I hear you loud and clear. How are you?
All right, I'm happy that we are able to get you very loud and clear because tonight we are going to have a beautiful program, and I know that you are out of state. I need to see your picture. Let me see if I can get you. I need to get your full face with me. Yes, so, and yes, I can get you, and you can see me live, right, sir?
Yes, I can.
That's the importance of AI, right?
Yep.
Now, talk to us and give us some much more background information of who you are.
Okay, so my name is Denzel Morancy. I study mechanical engineering right now at South Dakota State University. I also minor in mathematics. I'm from the village of Trafalgar. I also did an associate's degree in the Dominica State College, chemistry and physics. Before that, I was a student at the Dominica Grammar School. I can go back as far as you want. Anything else you'd like to know?
Student of the Dominica Grammar School, but prior to going to Dominica Grammar School, you would have gone to a primary school and you would have gone to a preschool, if I'm sure you can remember.
Yes, I was a student at the SDA primary school. As for the preschool, that I cannot recall.
So you went to the Seventh-day Adventist preschool, primary school.
Yes, that's correct.
But you can't remember your preschool. That happens to a lot of us. So don't think it's just you alone. It's not just you alone. Denzel, you also too. I'm sure that you want to tell us a little bit of your parents, who they are, where they are from. I know that you say that you actually from Trafalgar, but you have to give us a little more background about your parents.
Yes. So my father is Elvis Morancy. Well known in the village. He's a welder. My mother is Carol Barron. She's from Bath Estate. She's a teacher. So some humble beginnings right there.
But that for sure, very humble beginnings. When you say Carol Barron from Bath Estate, I would know Carol very well. She lives in the same lane that I used to live as a boy growing up in Bath Estate. Brother Barron and Sister Barron, her mother and her father. I remember these people, you know, and really and truly, when you say you come from a very humble beginning, that is a fact. Your father, Elvis, I'm not so sure if you're aware of that, but I also helped Elvis academically in the very early days.
Oh, I was not aware of that actually.
I know that. Yeah, your daddy can tell you that I was very good at maths, and I would have helped him in the early days doing maths. And you must have a talk with him, and he'll tell you some of the things that I would have taught him in maths in those days.
Yeah, he's holding out some information from me.
Well, there are some things that sometimes we'll hold away from our children. This one was just one, and I'm sure that he must be laughing because he's listening at this time. He must be laughing at this one. No. You would have had other siblings, so it's not just yourself that mommy and daddy would have had. So you'd have had other siblings, I'm sure.
Yes, that's correct. Well, I have 3 sisters, and I'm the only boy. I have one older sister. Her name is Josette Morancy, and I have 2 younger sisters, Kimara Morancy and Sabria Morancy.
Okay. No, young Morancy, Denzel.
Yes.
You said that you're raised in the community of Trafalgar. And many a times we are hearing, when you talk about Trafalgar, you would hear people describe Trafalgar as the place for tourism. And most times the children or the young men and women from the community would want to maybe surround themselves from the revenue that can be derived from tourism in the community. Why you decided to do different?
Well, in any society, I think that it's important to have diversity, especially in an economy. So although tourism is important, I think it's also important to delve into other aspects. So it's not because you come from a specific place, it means that this is what you're supposed to do or destined to do. Again, not putting down what the people do. I do believe that what they do is very good and also very important, and their means of making an income for themselves, taking care of their family, etc. But there's always other options and things that we should not limit ourselves to, be it engineering, be it technology, and if you want to be a doctor, things like that.
No, Denzel, I also would like to find out, going to primary school, there would have been one or two boys or girls that you would
Mhm.
have met at primary school, and you'd have still today kept them as your friends. If that is the case, why?
To this day, well, a big part of it comes down to, well, if I were to centralize it, it would be around the fact that it's an island where everybody knows everybody, everyone sees everyone. But the people that I do still communicate with, be it from primary school or high school, are people that I feel, well, as they say, show me your friends and I'll tell you who you are. So I feel that they were people that would help lead me in the right direction. And today I look at the direction that they're still going in, and it still seems like the right direction. So that's why I would stick with them.
And they would have come from your community also, not just students that would have gone to the SDA school with you, but they would have also come from your community.
That's correct.
Right. Now, Denzel, I
Mhm.
want to find out from you in reference to you now going to secondary school. What influence that secondary school had on you to determine your next destination to life?
Um, I would say that high school especially had one of the greatest impacts on me in the direction that I wanted to study. Well, let me put it this way. Although I wasn't sure what I wanted to study, I feel that my teachers definitely provided me with the options and the knowledge and the opportunities to pursue what I wanted to. With especially my science teachers, like Miss Del Sol, especially, I feel that she was a big part in grafting, um, guiding me towards what I would eventually study, which is now engineering. Granted, at the time, I didn't plan on studying engineering. I originally wanted to do forensic science, but still, it still pushed me in that general direction.
Why forensic science in a community like Dominica? You had no intention to return?
No, no, no. Quite the contrary, actually. It's because of the lack of that sector on island that I felt that it was necessary. Um, Especially, um, I'll give you one example that kind of led me to that. I do remember there was this one time where someone broke into our house, and this person left their entire handprint on the glass, and I was told that there's nothing they could do with that. And I was like, huh, well, maybe I should grow to learn how to do something with that if there's not a place for that.
That's amazing, and unknowing to you that it was already existing.
Hmm.
Right.
Right.
And then you found yourself changing course and decided to
Yeah.
go into mechanical engineering. Why?
Well, although that was my first choice with forensic science, um, I would say that, well, especially with engineering, it wasn't something that I thought of at the time. Um, as I would say that my dad being a welder was probably the spark for that, because although he does not have a degree if anything, I believe that he was only able to complete primary school and so on. And looking at the way that he grew, and like he is basically like an engineer in his own right, I would say that that guided me towards engineering. I would, with that certification.
And I would want to also find out from you that aspiring to do mechanical engineering, where do you see yourself fitting in now in the Dominica society to help in the whole framework of development in our country?
Where I feel that I would fit originally, I wanted to deal with waste management and renewable energy, although I feel myself focusing more on renewable energy right now. Because again, we do have a lot of options for that. And I think that in an ever-changing world where we're making the push towards renewable energy, I think that it's important that we embrace it in Dominica and utilize the things that we have. So that's where I would see myself fitting in. I would, for years, I would always have loved to work on the geothermal project and learn about it, even before I started my engineering journey. But yeah, that's generally where I would think I would fit in.
That is very interesting, especially from a young man of your age, knowing that Dominica now, and soon for sure the region would now want to go into the area of renewable energy, and you are focusing your studies to take advantage on a newborn program that we are now developing in Dominica, which is renewable energy through the geothermal program. And you're saying to us as a young man that that's your reasoning for really wanting to do mechanical engineering.
Yes, I think it's very important that we are forward thinking. We pay attention to the way that things are going and where we want them to go, and we try and meet somewhere in the middle. Something that is practical, and not necessarily a dream, if you get what I mean. So I personally would love to see that kind of growth and change in my country, but I think it also comes with interest. So especially from young people, I would like to see that interest build. So I think that they should have the opportunity to get interested, if you get what I mean.
So what message are you sending to young people now at this time? Making that statement in reference to taking advantage of your studies, which is mechanical engineering as a major. We'll talk about your minor in a while. What do you have to say to young people now in terms of taking advantage of situations around them?
Well, what I will say about that, personally, I'll give a little anecdotal experience, if that's fine. Growing up in Trafalgar, walking around in the backyard without shoes, working with my father here and there, I always felt that there was this ceiling that I could only reach so high in terms of the things that I wanted to do or thought that was capable of myself. And I also feel that's how a lot of people, not just in the village, but in Dominica in general, also feel that way. It's almost like a subconscious limitation. And I think that it's important that we realize that our limits can actually go beyond that. With that limitation comes settling. So maybe we'll settle into a position that we don't necessarily like, or just because we think that maybe we can't do better, or even worse. We see a lot of people settling or compensating for the way that they feel with drugs and things of that nature. So I will say that for the young people, I think it's very important that you realize that you are in fact limitless in your capabilities. And the potential that I have seen from young people in Dominica, it's astounding. One example is this young man in my village. His name is Elijah Dura. Recently, I was running this program where I was teaching programming and electronics to some grammar school students in my free time while I was here over the last month over vacation. And I ran into some trouble with the electronic boards that I was using. I spent an entire day trying to repair them. And here he comes in, he sees them, he asks about them, and he took them and fixed them for me the same night. And to my knowledge, he is self-taught, and I'm very impressed by that. And that is from within my own village, much less for Dominica as a society on a whole.
That is a big testimony that you have just given me there, to indicate to us listeners that there is this young guy who may not have had no background, basically like how you have, in terms of, is it mechanical engineering, that's what you said? Or just engineering generally?
It was more along the fields of programming and electronics.
Right, electronics. And here it is, you are studying, and it is expected of you to maybe have the answer. And you're saying to us that a young boy in Trafalgar who had no formal knowledge as to how to go about doing programming, that you found yourself having problems to ensure that you get the problem solved. And he was able to get that problem solved for you. That's what you're saying, this, within a night?
Yes, and I really want people to understand how impressive that is. That's astonishing to me. And that is, again, from our own people.
I have with me my co-host, Mr. Adams. We call him Brain. I don't know if you know of him. He wants to
I'm
ask
familiar
us.
with him.
Oh, you're familiar with him?
Yes.
He's very familiar with me.
You taught him?
I'm very familiar with his dad.
Oh, I thought you taught him.
No, we always interact before he went on his journey to study. I first met him at the Jolly Pharmacy, where he was there as a dispenser. So me and his father became good friends, and as a result of that, me and Elvis always spoke highly about him and the fact that he wanted to study. In fact, he started studying in China. He started his studies in China, came back to Dominica, and then he decided he wanted to go and study again. And that was quite a challenge for his dad, but he was very much interested in moving forward. And the rest is history. He's now in the States. I know his dad and his mother and his sister up there in Trafalgar, listening attentively. I know his father is also self-taught. In fact, his father just completed a certification in the geothermal project in Loda.
Yes.
Yeah, his father welded. They were bringing a welder from New Zealand to do the welding, and his dad was able to do the job. To that borehole, his father welded the steel, and the people from New Zealand certified him. So his father is self-taught. So what the guy is telling you now, he's a chip of the old block. And it's good hearing you, my brother, in terms of your field of study into the field of, mechanical engineering?
Mechanical engineering, right? And maths. Maths and minor.
But his father is a master maths man, eh? His father, his dad.
I was just saying to Denzel that I remembered teaching maths some years ago. It's more than 20 years ago. And his dad wasn't a sharp person in maths and came to me and I actually helped him. He realized I used the operating word help. Actually helped him to have a better understanding, the basics of how to really get to understand how maths works.
But his father was actually ended up teaching
Wow, I
students
did not know that.
of his class, maths.
I did not know that.
So I'm just breaking that
So,
to
so
you.
Elvis has to pay me.
So you had to Elvis,
I'm sure Elvis will call
Elvis
tonight,
owe you.
and I'm going to tell Elvis he has to pay me.
you have to pay Cecil. Anyways, a pleasure hearing the young man as he, he articulates his interest in mechanical engineering, which is a very rare area for us in Dominica. Not many men do chemical engineering or mechanical engineering, because basically the niche market for mechanical engineers is something unique for us. We have a few mechanical. I know we had Shabazz, who studied chemical engineering at the University of the West Indies in Trinidad.
I think also Adler Hamlet studied mechanical
engineering, right? So that's very few men possess a degree in mechanical engineering.
And I'm sure if the manager of Domlec is listening, she's going to be very much attentive to this young man, because in Domlec they would require mechanical engineers themselves.
The whole country needs mechanical engineers because that's a unique area, So I'm listening very attentively to you, Mr. Moranci, while Cecil begin to ask you more questions, and I will soon be asking you questions.
You did not tell me about. I just heard Brian mention about. You worked as a dispenser at Jolly's Pharmacy.
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about this.
Well, that was, at Jolly's Pharmacy, I did work as a pharmacy technician. But if you don't mind, I would also mention that prior to that, I used to work in manufacturing. So that's actually my first job there. Prior to that, I did work at Valley Engineering for a short period of time, but when I began at Jolly's Pharmacy, it was kind of unexpected, because when I at that time, I was looking for jobs, months were passing, and it was kind of frustrating. And then one day I just decided, I'm going to get up, I'm going to go speak to whoever I can speak to at Jolly's Pharmacy and see how I can work this out. Went to the pharmacy, I spoke to them, and they actually called me for an interview that same week. And at that interview, I was expecting them to tell me that, you'll start in the back, maybe carrying boxes and so on. So I was prepared to work my way up, but they they put me in manufacturing, where they produce most of the products for Jolly's Pharmacy, the JP line of products. That's where I worked for, I believe it was about 8 months. And then I saw this position open for pharmacy technician. So I applied, I got the position, and that's how I got into that job. I did enjoy it a lot. The experience, especially, even though it wasn't what I wanted to do, and rather it was what that was available to me, it was something that helped me grow as a person immensely.
You know that you talk like a 40-year-old, and you're maybe half of the 40-year-old in terms of your experience, things that you have done in life. It says that you are very focused as a young man. Help us to understand.
Thank you. Well, what I can say about that is I can bring it back to my dad. He always says 3 things: focus, focus, focus. So that I definitely remember. Keeping focus is something that is really necessary, and not just focusing on your goals, but also focusing on balancing life as a whole. I think that aspect is very important for reaching where it is that you want to reach when you don't take your eyes off the ball. That doesn't mean that it's going to be easy. In fact, it's probably going to be harder than you imagined, but it is an important aspect. We also have to keep in mind that for a lot of us, especially for those less fortunate, who maybe want to go and study and so on, when you do go to study, you quickly realize that how, for lack of a better word, disadvantaged you are, in terms of, not in terms of education, but in terms of resources, in terms of finances. So that's where you have to use what you actually have, which is your determination and focus. So that is what that carries you through to get to where you need to go. You use the tools that you have.
I also heard that from my co-host that you also went to China.
That's correct.
Tell us, what was your mission or your journey to China was like?
Okay. Well, after I finished college, I applied to go to China for to do this degree that I'm doing now. However, that didn't work out. I got rejected. So for the next 4 years, I continued to seek different opportunities to try to go study. Eventually, it brought me right back to China again, surprisingly. And this time it did work out. So for those that are not aware, the course is taught fully in Chinese. You spend 1 year learning the language, and then you proceed to the university where you do that. You do the degree fully taught in Mandarin. Yeah.
That is not easy to go to a foreign country where you have to speak their language, especially a language that you were never familiar with. It's not like you heard Spanish and you would have heard French, and it would give you a head start. In this case, right. Mandarin, you had no knowledge of it, but you had to do your classes. How long did you stay in China?
I stayed in China for about 1.5 years. I spent 8 months learning the language to basically reach what they call HSK4, which is kind of that conversational level, lower conversational level. But you're right, it is something that's difficult to learn, especially when you come from speaking English. So if you speak English, French, Spanish, it's actually harder for you to learn Mandarin than if you spoke either one of the Asian languages or Russian. It tends to lean more closer to that side. But for me, it was very difficult learning the language. During my first few exams, I really didn't do well, despite trying my best. But again, it's really just putting in that effort. So studying after class is done, I would stay. Let's say class ends at 4. I would continue studying till like 10 o'clock in the night and doing homework practice on weekends, and then eventually I would see those grades where now I'm hitting the 90s. And it also helped that at the school that I went to, they would pair you with Chinese students, and you, by speaking to them and conversing with them regularly, you eventually gain a better understanding of the language, to the point where now you don't have to think about what you're saying, and it just kind of flows. So, but I will say that even though it sounds, for those of us who have gone to China and learned the language, even though when we speak it, it sounds fluent to the average Chinese speaking person, Mandarin speaking person, they would say otherwise.
So help us to know what you were taught in Mandarin. Some one sentence.
Well, what would you like me to say?
That you are live on DBS Radio Discoveries.
Well, I would say, 现在我在DBS 给你说话. I can also, if you want me, I can also introduce myself.
Yes, go ahead.
Uh, well, before I continue, the Chinese name that they gave me is dancer, so you'll hear that. So 我叫dancer，现在我是一个美国的学生，我学机械工程。So that basically means that my name is Denzel Moranci. I study in the USA. I study mechanical engineering.
Okay. And now, Denzel, before we go into a major program, which is to deal with the issues or to deal with artificial intelligence, I want to get from you in reference to your minor, and you said that your minor is maths.
Yes.
What is the relationship between mechanical engineering and that of maths?
Well, mathematics is the basis for everything. Be it engineering, be it pharmacy, be it doctoral studies in medicine. I think that it's very important not just to be able to do something or plug it into a calculator or pull it up on your phone. It's important to understand why it is and how it is that these things are done. Again, like understanding is really what separates you from everybody else. Because anybody can memorize knowledge, regurgitate information, but when you take time to understand, people will see that, oh, this person knows what they're doing. And especially when you come to situations where you need to troubleshoot or try and figure out what's going on, you can address it and solve the problem.
A former teacher of yours, Antoine Hector Roberts, I'm not so sure if you know that person. The person said, "Proud of my former student. Well done. So quiet and focused."
I appreciate it.
And another person, I think you know that person, Alicia Griffith. She said, "Hi."
Yeah.
She said, "Hi, Denzel. Good night." And then there's a guy from Baffin State. His name is Snapper Lura. He says, "Who is this? Who is his father?" He has a question.
Right, so that's Elvis Moranci, or Emmanuel Moranci, which is his actual name, although everybody knows him as Elvis.
So what's his name?
Emmanuel.
Oh, Emmanuel. I never. You knew that?
Yeah.
No, all I know is Elvis.
Yeah. Also, if you don't mind, I would like to kind of expound a bit on the experience after China.
Yes.
So I should make it clear that I didn't get to complete my time in China. In fact, I was cut short because of COVID. Funny enough, when COVID came around, that's when I finished my first semester, I believe, at my into my mechanical engineering degree. So at that time, I was homesick. I decided maybe it's time to go back home for a bit, and it just so happens that tickets were a little cheaper at that time. So they facilitated so that I could come back, and because of the nature of information being kind of guarded in China, I didn't know about COVID until I got back to Dominica. So it's kind of ironic that I was in China and I heard nothing about COVID, but as soon as I left the country, that's when I started hearing about it. So I intended to stay for maybe about a month, but I ended up staying, I believe, another year and a half, and that really wasn't intended. So all that time, that was time that I actually lost because of COVID. And I have to acknowledge that I was not the only one affected by COVID. Everybody was affected in one way or the other, be it in their studies or their work, etc. So I guess the rain falls on everybody. After that time, I spent a lot of time trying to get back and trying to figure out how can I continue my degree. But it ultimately, after a year and a half, I ultimately came to the conclusion that I won't be able to go back right now, and I don't know when I'll be able to go back. So, it was thanks to the support of my parents. With my dad, he supported me financially. He believed to help me because I wasn't able to secure a scholarship. Right now, I operate on a student loan, and I also support myself by working here to cover all my other expenses. Working a couple jobs here. But after, and also from my mom, who definitely believes in me way more than I believed in myself. I think she has enough hope for the both of us in times when I'm definitely feeling down. So with the support of both my parents, it definitely helped with my journey here. And it was a definite struggle to actually get here. In all honesty, I don't think it was supposed to work out, but it did. And as soon as I got here, I just took the approach that, hey, this has to work. Whether I believe I can or I can't, I have to do it. So that's how I got here, and I just decided to try and hit the ground running this time, So that's my journey to the US.
I like that's a good experience. That's a good testimony. Not just for himself, but for his entire family, to include that of his father and his mom. Now, I want to go into the issue at hand, which is AI. I know that you are presently engaged in artificial intelligence program or programming. Tell us how, because you're doing mechanical engineering, tell us how you got yourself through to doing artificial intelligence at this present time, especially in programming.
Okay. Although, just to clarify, although I do like programming, learn a bit of programming here and there. As for artificial intelligence programming itself, what I work for a company that specializes in AI. So the way that I actually got into that was kind of unconventional. Pretty much while working on campus over the winter, where it's negative 20 degrees outside, pushing bags of salt, trying to make $1. It just so happens that at the same time when the company was moving into the school, and I'll elaborate a bit on what they do in a bit, it just so happens that we were moving things for them too. So when I stopped there and I spoke to the guy that was in charge, and he explained what they were doing, and I told him how interested I was. And I told him if they ever have a position open, I would love to take up that role. And I guess he took it seriously, and within about a month, he called me up, and that's how I started working at that company. So to explain what that company does, the company is known as Starship Technologies. So the best way to describe them is that they are an AI company disguised as a food delivery company. And that's no secret. That's something they make very clear. But pretty much they have these drones that drive around, and they're fully autonomous, although they can be controlled by humans if necessary. And they operate over different campuses in the US and in the UK, and then further out in Europe. And these robots basically deliver food on campus. So you put in an order, and the place that you ordered from gets that order. They take the food to the robot, and the robot drives itself to your location and delivers it to you. So what I do, I work as what they call the fleet attendant. So I do all the repairs and troubleshooting on these bots.
So you're saying to us that I can stay in my room, like we do here in Dominica, and call a restaurant, and,
yes,
and to tell the restaurant that I need a particular meal. Here they will send it via a guy on a motorbike.
Right.
And you're saying to me in the US of A, as we speak, that it is done via the robots.
Yes, and you don't even have to call. There's no human interaction involved. You can just go to their page. You pick the items that you want. You pick the quantity. Let's say you want coffee from Starbucks. You pick whatever you want in it. If you want some extra pumps of syrup, you add that in too. And they get the message over at Starbucks, package it, put it in the robots, and they're on their way to you. You can even schedule them to come at a specific time or wait for you outside. So that way, let's say if we had this in Dominica, you wouldn't have to go out and buy lunch. When it's lunchtime, your lunch would be waiting for you, parked in front of your workplace.
Denzel, I do not know if Adams is lost. But what I would like to find out from you, Denzel, is how does that robot find itself to you when there are people on the streets, there are vehicles, you may have congestion of vehicles, you may have stoplights, you may have movements. How does it happen? Help us to have a better understanding.
Well, first we can actually start off with all the sensors that it has. So basically you have a lot of sensors and you have a lot of redundancy, meaning that you have a lot of repeated items for it to navigate around. So it will use GPS to get like a general location of where it is. It also has ultrasonic sensors on the front and back that detect obstacles, how close it is to the edge of the road. It has time of flight cameras, so it can actually detect you coming from a distance if you're walking towards it. Let's say you're walking on the sidewalk, and it will adjust its angle so that it will go around you and not affect your walking. They're also able to climb curbs of like sidewalks because they have 6 wheels and motors that allow them to climb. In terms of determining, they also have cameras at the front which use what we're going to talk today about, AI, to basically so that the robot knows what it's looking at. So it knows, okay, this is a sidewalk, this is a stop sign. It can even look at a traffic light and see if it's changing to red or green, if it's an animal coming its way, things like that. They can even speak, so they can apologize to you if they get in your way. They're very impressive.
You're saying to me they can also apologize to you if they get in your way?
Yes, that's correct. All on their own.
So now, tell us what is AI. Tell us what is AI.
Well, AI is essentially a concept, right? There's a lot of different definitions for it, but pretty much in its simplest terms, it's basically a machine's ability to perform a task that would usually require human intelligence to do so. So this concept has been around since around the 1950s when they kind of coined the term. Usually when we think about AI, we think about things like chat GPT, robotics, especially now you see a lot of AI generated images. So you see that you type in, I want a picture of a dog riding a bike, and it will create a picture from scratch of exactly that. So that's generally what AI is. But these things like ChatGPT and so on, they're really, again, like AI is a concept. So they're really just a result of AI. They're the output of what you see. And as with many things, they are essentially tools. So it's tools that we can use, that we've created for our use.
But while we are creating it for our use, hearing from you and many other people and documentation that I have already read and look at, seems that these robots are much more intelligent than we are.
Well, let me clarify that a bit. So I wouldn't say that they're necessarily more intelligent than us, but they are better at doing certain tasks than us. So if we were to break it down, there's actually 3 different levels of AI, right? There's narrow AI. So it's very good. Narrow AI is very good at doing one thing, but it does that one thing really, really well. So think of it as like when you're using your phone and you say, hey, what's the weather? It tells you the weather. So it's very good at doing that one thing. Or like if you're playing games, for example, there's this old Chinese game called Go. And I believe that the world champion actually played against an AI to show that humans are better. And he lost 4-1. So that you can see it's very good at doing that one thing. However, the AI did lose to an amateur because he was basically kind of too predictable, being too good, if that makes sense. So it's like the AI expects him to play like a pro, whereas you have an amateur, when they do certain things, because it doesn't have that information regarding more amateur plays, the amateur is able to win.
So you say the games that we are playing online on the telephone, most times of AI.
Yeah, there's somewhere between traditional software and what we call narrow AI. And then the next step up from that is what we call general AI. So general AI is basically, think of it as on the same level as humans. So they would have to be able to learn and make decisions like humans, right? And then above that is where you have super AI. So basically it exceeds the capacity of humans, makes decisions that you yourself would never be able to think of or be able to comprehend. So why I said that it's not at the level of humans, because despite what anybody has told you, no AI is as intelligent as a human, right? There's no sentient AI, AI that's alive. What I would say is that AI like the stage that it's at now, it currently lies somewhere between narrow AI, like just above that, and somewhere below general AI. So we fall in that category.
But I can say, Denzel, that these robots have more capacity than us.
Well, these robots are very good at doing those things, right? But again, it's like you still kind of have to program them for certain circumstances. You still have to tell them hey, this is a stop sign, right? It will, if you don't tell it this is a stop sign beforehand, it wouldn't know. So it wouldn't know what to do. So let me kind of give an example of how it is that it hasn't exceeded us yet. So let's say if we were to build a robot now, right? And we said we had a human and we had a robot running on AI, and we gave both of them a task. We said, go get us a cup of coffee at this place, right? If you send the human and the robot, then they get there, and let's say that coffee, normally, let's say you buy coffee at like $5, but you see the price of the coffee is 13. That human being would call you and say, hey, this is kind of expensive. Do you want me to go somewhere else? Whereas the AI, it's very focused on completing its one objective, which is getting you coffee. So it will go get you that coffee. Does it make sense?
Yeah, that makes quite a lot of sense. I agree. No, do you see us in Dominica in the very near future going to be challenged by AI?
I wouldn't say in the near future. I would say right now, actually, but we just haven't realized it yet. AI is affecting everybody. It's affecting jobs. It's affecting the way that we interact with things. Right now, we do interact with AI all the time. So again, like when we use certain applications on our phone, like Siri, or even checking the weather, these kinds of things, or like ChatGPT, we're using AI. So it's already here, and there's no stopping it really. It's just a matter of where do we go with this, or how does it go?
But I also want to find out, because you said that it is right here already. How would you be able to relate AI to our present environment in Dominica? Tell us all the things that are presently being affected by AI that would have created jobs for us.
Okay, what I can say is that we do use AI, and again, it's more like for convenience, but we haven't really applied it here for practical and economic uses, at least to my knowledge. So that also brings up the topic. What I would say that we've in some aspects, and what you'll see more commonly is automation. So there's actually a difference between automation and AI. So let me just explain what I mean by that. So automation is it's basically about setting up robots to do predefined tasks, following a specific set of rules. So again, think of traffic lights. A traffic light doesn't have any smart AI system in it. It just knows if a car comes up, then I should change color, or these kinds of things. Or even in things like sending automated emails. There's no, it is a smart system, but it's not a smart system in terms of like AI levels. So the difference is with AI is that AI usually involves robots making their own decisions. So that I wouldn't say we necessarily have. We do have a lot of, well, not a lot, but we do have some automation. So I do remember when I used to work at Jolly's Manufacturing, I do remember like they set up a conveyor belt system and those kinds of things. So that kind of leans more into automation, the automation aspect. So it's making the work simpler for us and kind of requires less people in a sense. So that's where it comes in.
I can say safely that things like this program that you have at the bank, more banking, is more automation than AI.
Mo banking is more of it's more really just like software, more like traditional software. Um, Again, it's more centered around banking, so there's no real smart system associated with it. Let's say compared to China, where well, I mean, they mainly use WeChat, but you'll find that lately China has really been growing in terms of using AI. Where now, let's say if they want to check, you can actually get a loan in a few seconds, right? Like 8 seconds or so. If you apply for one directly on your phone, because they have systems in place where they have so many cameras and identifying you all the time and all these things that they can basically judge what kind of person you are based on that and make a decision. If I'm correct, from what I understand, they also have this system where even your battery percentage can be used to judge whether you get credit or not. Because how often you charge your phone is also judged for your character.
I saw something like that some time ago, maybe 2 weeks ago, where in China, as you rightly said, that
Right.
within 8 seconds a loan can be approved or
Right.
disapproved to a client, and
Yes, yeah.
and in that 8 seconds there are about 1,500 questions that will be
Yep.
asked to
Correct.
determine whether or not you can get that loan, and
Yes,
you
yeah.
rightly said that to also include that of your battery cells. How often do you use your battery determines who you are, and
Yeah.
that is amazing, and that is where the world is now going to. So soon from now, maybe we say Dominica is behind time. Let's put it that way. But soon
Right.
from now, we will see some of those AI being applying to Dominica and
Yeah.
and our region, because
Yeah,
right now
I'll-
in the go ahead.
I was going to say that I also feel that we'll see a lot of automation because, for example, you have places like Walmart, right? Which you don't generally see that many caches anymore. You'll maybe see like one section for a few caches, and everywhere else is self checkout. So you just scan your item and you pay, you go. You don't have to have a cashier there or anybody monitoring what you're doing. You just do your own thing. So I would not be surprised if that is something that would probably come to Dominica next.
And yes,
Yeah, I was saying that what I find in certain countries where you go and where you go to purchase fuel,
Right.
that you just swipe your card or whatever, and you can
Right.
purchase. There's no gas tender there,
Yeah.
right? So that's one of the ways that people are saying now that automation or all this artificial intelligence, will there be a challenge for human beings in terms of loss of work? Because I was looking at a port in some big countries where the robots are actually doing most of the work on the port.
Right.
So is that going to be a challenge for human beings in terms of loss of job? Because the humans are saying, robots are going to take over the work, and they see that as a threat to their survival. What do you think?
Okay. Well, I'll kind of have to separate that question in a bit. So let's focus on the job loss part, and then we'll focus on the is it a threat part also. So in terms of job loss, that is a definite thing. We do see it today. So the more automation, the more technology that comes out, you do see more job loss because, again, why would, like, thinking from a business standpoint, why would you, let's say, going back to the Walmart example, do you actually need a cashier? Because the goal is just that you want to pay for your items and leave. The company just wants the money. So if you can eliminate a person from the equation, then all the more better, especially in terms of, let's say, privacy. You don't want that cashier looking at everything that you're buying, you're feeling uncomfortable, things of that nature. So job loss is expected, but is it a threat? Is it something that we should necessarily be worried about? I would say not necessarily, mainly because a lot of people are referring to AI as the second industrial revolution, right? So in the first industrial revolution, that's when a lot of things became more technical. You got a lot of factories and these kinds of things, mass production, stuff like that, right? So a lot of people lost their jobs, especially craftsmen, right? But what happened is that now you actually see an increase because more people can get jobs working at those factories.
Let's come back to that a bit, Denzel, because that's a very good point that you're making. But because I have someone in the line for some time, let's go to the telephone. Good evening to you, caller. You're live.
Well, good night.
Good evening.
Hey, yeah, what's up, Mr. Moranti? Good night.
Good night.
I think I know you very well. I know your dad. I know your uncle. Everyone of them.
Mm-hmm.
Some of us we played cricket together, so I know them well. But you have been making some very good points, and as you touched on something a while ago, I just wanted to not add to what you were saying, but my own experience.
Right.
Now, if you know a business place like Home Depot,
right,
where there are so many commodities in that, and there are cashiers, tellers, how you call it, at almost every other area.
Right.
Now, what you have now is kiosk self-pay.
Right.
You go there, you have your commodities, lumber, be it what it is. You go, there's a scanner, you just scan your items, and then you put your money or your card in.
Right.
The machine gives you change, or you have a card, and there is no teller, there is no cashier there to give you anything. That is one.
Mm-hmm.
So if you travel, nowadays, you go to a kiosk. When you buy your ticket online,
mm-hmm.
you have your they give you what you call a number, a code number.
Right.
Now you take this when you're going to check in, you don't even see. Sometimes you don't even see somebody.
Right.
It tells you, well, okay, if you self check in, you go, you put in your code, you have your machine itself gives you your boarding pass and your luggage tag. So according to you, a lot of individuals will be wondering. I will see one day it may be able to reach Dominica also.
Right.
So they may be talking about loss of jobs and those things, but the businessman is the one who makes the invention, and then he's the one that is going to make the profit. Because yes, he will have to have a technician to update any faults, that these pieces of machines or equipment encounter. But in the long run, you don't have to pay. He'll think of, okay, I don't have to pay somebody for holidays pay. I don't have to pay somebody for sick pay. So you see, in the long run, I see the robotic industry. I mean, it's going to be ruling all over, and your wide knowledge of these things will fit you good in Dominica on your completion. Thank you very much, and I'm listening attentively to the program. Good night.
Thank you very much. I like that last point that he made to you, Denzel, that your knowledge will be of great importance to Dominica soon from now. But before you continue, I just want to say that there is Shirlene Pond. She says, I'm listening, quite impressed with the young man. I wish him well throughout this journey. Says Paul says this is so enlightening and amazing. This young man also inspiring. I like his calm and composure. Wishing him further success. Amit Tuse said, he meant, sorry, artificial intelligence has access to larger data set than the average human, but a human still has to tell it what to do with that information.
Important point.
Yes.
Let me ask you, Mr. Moranci, are you building robots right now?
I'm not at that level yet. I don't have, well, personally, I don't have all the resources, but I do. I've taken a special interest in Arduino, which is what I was trying to teach over the break that I was there to the students at grammar school. Where that is basically a software and hardware electronic based platform where you kind of make your own electronic devices. So it's kind of like a basis for robotics. You can, for example, aside from the robotics aspect, for example, my hot water kettle, in the morning, I don't turn it on. I just created a device so that it turns on its own. I can also, if I wanted, I could add something to it where if I send a text and I say, hey, boil my water, it will start to boil.
Hold that thought. Let's go back to the telephone. Good evening to you, caller. You're live.
Hey, good evening, Cecil, and to your guest this evening. Good night, Mr. Denzel. You guys hear me, right?
Yeah, we hear you.
Good evening.
Okay, perfect. Good evening. Yeah. My name, I should say, AKA Mad Scientist. When I was growing up, that was what I was named in Bafa State. So you probably know who is that. I'm a lover of science. No matter what type of science, whether it may be in robotics or in medical field, whatever science this was on this evening, I said, you know what, I'm going to give you guys a call because that's what's happening. You were talking about AI, right? And AI will soon be, in Dominica and may take away jobs. And as a former employee at Bed Bath & Beyond, I worked with them in customer service for 12 years. And the thing about customer service is how people react to the customer. They meet the customer, they try to please the customer in the best way possible. The biggest mistake that the company I worked with did, they switched to self-checkout. And the customers did not like that. But the funny thing was, from 12 cashiers to one cashier, which was me, that was manning the 6 self-checkout. It was like, what's the sense that you have these machines here and yet you have a person that has to man them? You understand what I'm saying? But some places, like as you said, it all depends on the employer or the business owner that might choose to upgrade the system and get better systems in AI, especially for the self-checkout ones. Like, for instance, Walmart. When they first started, they only had 6 checkout kiosks. Right now, Walmart has 10 to 12 of them, right? And now they have about 6 cashiers, which never there, But what I'm saying is, why I'm saying this is back home in Dominica, we as employees of employers, whenever we have customers, we need to cherish our customer because a customer is very valuable to the place, the business place, right? So we have to really check up with ourselves and say, you know what, we have a choice right now to be employed, with a company than having machines take over, because sooner or later, Astafans might have to decide, you know what, I'm going to replace you guys because, you all are not helping the cause that we start up in 1970 with, to help out the customer. Because you go to certain supermarkets and you do not get that welcoming, atmosphere from certain employees. But with a machine, they don't care. And look, right now, as we speak, you have certain places that owned by Whole Foods where you do not see anybody. You just walk in, you pick your merchandise, and you walk out the door. And the whole system refills itself, And that's what AI is all about. AI is a thing that's going to keep growing. Yes, there might be a few notches and some little errors, but they're going to keep on growing until they reach perfection. And no matter what we do, there's nothing going to stop it, whether it might be in Dominica or whether it might be in Timbuktu. Anyway, guys, thanks for taking my call.
Thank you very much, caller.
I want to ask my question. What I notice also in areas like China and in some of the first world countries, the vehicles now are self-driven. They take you to the spot where you want to go. You just sit and the vehicle drives itself. Is that the way we're going to go in the future? That a vehicle will drive its own self? We just sit down and move?
You're asking that question? We already seen it happening.
No, I'm just asking
it's happening. Right, Denzel?
Yeah, and I will, you have Teslas that have that feature. You have taxi services where there's no driver. You just sit in the back and it takes you to where you need to go. But again, these things, remember that AI is something that needs data to be gathered, right? So you won't really see it too much in China right now, probably in the future, but in the US you do see it, and it's mainly because they're trying to gain more data and so on. So that kind of brings back the point to China, where they tend to make advances faster in AI because they have such a large sample source, being their population, so they can get more information from more people all at once to feed to their AI.
Let's go back to the telephone then. Good evening to you, caller. You're live.
Hey, good evening. That is Denzel.
We know
Elvis, I know you have called.
I know you could resist it.
Elvis,
Yeah.
your son told me that you never mentioned to him that I taught you maths.
Little thing, man. So, little thing. His father was a boss and teacher of maths. That's why you don't believe that. Yeah. So, all he didn't even get, Denzel didn't even get a chance to call me to tell me if it's safe.
But you know.
But you know that he will safe.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've been listening from the beginning.
Go ahead,
man. Go ahead.
Yeah.
You're on the floor,
Yeah, I said I've been listening from the beginning, and listening to Denzel and so on there. It's a proud moment for me. The sacrifice I make to get him up there. It has been hard. When I see what Denzel was going through, I feel like, boy, my son will lose his head. I make a sacrifice and I say, you know what? Let me do what I have to do to send my son and study. I'm a person that's always there for all my children. Make sure all of them succeed in life. And so I do everything I would have to do for any one of them, especially Denzel. However, they're listening, and I could not call earlier on because I myself was involved in some engineering there. So I just there connecting a pump that could not cut off, so it just keep running. So I decided it's impossible. I put my pressure switch, I put my my gauge, and I set up my pump, keep my pump working. I see, you see that engineer in the head? That is the same head Denzel has, Because you see, I always tell Denzel, people, you could read book, and you will read, and you will go and you put answer on book. You'll put answer on book, but you really don't know nothing. You have to get down into it. For me, I am a scientist. You understand? I do everything, try and understand everything mathematically, because as Denzel say, everything, math goes with everything. So you start point 1, point 2, point 3, and you can do almost anything you want to do. And I always tell Denzel, this is how you have to go. I didn't get a chance to go to the high school and to go to university and whatnot. But that brain, and I know Denzel take that brain from me, and he will go far.
You both
sorry, boy.
Yeah, the engineering skill. Listen, that engineering skill I have there is second to none. I'm proud of it. Yeah, and Denzel and I sometimes driving, and I would say, Denzel, I'm going to do that, and I'm going to do that, and he's watching me. And I know he's saying in his mind, boy, my father is doing things. My father is doing things. But I have something new coming out soon. Something coming on the market. I'm going to do something, and I know it's going to work out good for Dominica, and he himself will be proud of me. So soon all you'll see my new engineering talent outside there again.
I was told by Brain that at the geothermal project, that you were able to do some outstanding work, and you're given a certification
certified
for that. Can you help us on that more?
Yeah, when I went to work up there, number one, when I reach there, I solve a lot of problems that the fellas had. I make their work much easier for them. When they saw my ability to use a cutting grinder, they were amazed, Then I started doing welding for them. They realized I welding very well, but I did not have a certificate. So just being an honest, hardworking man and doing what I have to do for them, at the end, they came down with a professor and a welder. And I did my test and I get certified. So right now I have my certification as a welder. I have a level A certification from a university in Iceland.
At least for sure, in reference to the geothermal project in Dominica, there is one Dominican that has been recognized, and from that, who knows where your limit is going to be. Denzel told me recently that sometimes we look at the sky as the limit, but because of the presence of AI, the sky is no longer the limit.
Right. But one thing I want to say, he didn't tell you that. He tried to, it means that if he's a certified welder and he got his certificate from the IP fellas from Iceland, which is the number one in the world, it means that the next time they're traveling with their professor, the welder will not have to come. He can.
No. Well, the next time they come into Dominica, they don't have to bring a welder.
Yeah. Well, tell us that. No, you're the new welder. You're the man. Certified, brother, to do that kind of work under the hot.
I always wanted that in life. Everything I do to support my heart, my mind, my heart, everything in it. I just wish young people. I would like to train young people, but it's tough. For years I've been training young people. I'd like to continue into that, but our young people now, they're not really serious. It's not their fault, but it's hard.
Before you go, tell me, as a father, how do you feel of your son going through his own struggles and has reached thus far?
Well, to be honest, I'm really proud of him. I always on top of things with him. I know I keep him contact with each other. I know what's going on. I'm there to support him, and sometimes I see Denzel boy that they have to send up some money for you because let me know that the whole lot still. I went and say, we can make it there, and so on. So I'm really proud of him, man. And the other thing is that these are the fellas. There's about 4 of them in the village. They used to say they used to talk all kind of nonsense about them because they were growing up different. Sorry to say it, but some people have to know it. Some people in the village even call them gay. But today, when you look at those the 4 young fellas that were together and how they progress in life, fellas like Afatan, who today is a professor in Geo, that was his friend. They were together. My home was their home. I would keep them together there, and to see where he reached today. Yeah, Afatan reached. KC, right, what is the other one? KC, Purnell. I'm proud of all of them, because when you look at the society today, there are much young people that positive, especially men. Purnell. So I'm really proud of him.
Thank you.
Thank you, man.
Thank you, man.
Thank you, man.
Thanks, Elvis.
You can see you have a feather in your cap, man.
Thank you again, man.
Thank you, man.
All right?
Welcome.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah. Denzel, when you hear your father saying that he's proud of you, and especially when people in your own community would look down upon yourself and your 3 other friends, and today that you have succeeded or you are climbing the ladder, which eventually you'll see yourself climbing the social ladder, how do you feel?
Well, I feel good about where I am and where my friends are. Let me start off by saying, I'm very, these guys, Afatan, Casey, Burnell, I hope they're listening. They're brothers to me, right? I don't have actual, brothers, biological brothers, so they are the brothers that I have. And we've always helped and supported each other. I always look at where they are and where they're going, and I'm like, wow, I want to be like that too. They help push and drive me. But as for people who say or don't say, I don't pay mind to it, because at the end of the day, I can understand where it comes from, and I would rather that they are able to reach where they want to also, again, my ultimate goal is for the growth of my people in my community, the growth of people in my country. So whether they speak ill or not, as long as they're growing, that's what I would prefer.
No. Just before I go back to my next question, I'm getting some messages on the Facebook, and someone says, "Sir, you raise an intelligent young man, so don't mind the people who think that a man has to be a coward to be a man." I like that. It came from Amin Toussaint. Then you have Francis Cambran, I think. He says, "Keep working, my brother." So someone is encouraging you. And your teacher, Miss Hector, she says, "Praise God." I mean, these are amazing words. Just to hear the society and the support that they give to you tonight, it's a clear testimony for the rest of the young men of Dominica.
Yeah, it's a motivation,
Yes.
It's very inspiring when you hear, especially young men who come from the rural areas. Well, we're not really rural, but on the outskirts of the city, where, there are so many challenges, and they're able to focus and reach their goals because you stay focused. He said 3 things: focus, focus, focus. And these are three important elements in terms of your determination, setting goals and establishing it. You know, I'm very proud of him, and that should serve as extrinsic motivation, Cecil, to the men.
Yeah,
You know,
to speak on that, especially in my village, like it really does hurt me to see many of the guys I grew up with in my village who have basically fallen by the wayside. Either they fell into drugs or inactivity, or even some of them that lost their lives. And like it hurts to see that. Like you look at them, and it's like a lot of them I looked up to them, and I want to continue looking up to them, if you get what I mean. So I want them to believe in themselves the way that I believe in them. Yeah, and if they can't believe in themselves, then believe in the me that believes in you.
That's correct. Mm-hmm. That's correct. Now let me ask you, in reference to shopping online.
Mm-hmm.
All right, shopping online. Is this automation or is it AI?
Automation. Well, it's both. Automation would be the part where you get your item shipped to you, organized at the center, and so on. AI is the part that probably suggested you that thing that you wanted, but you didn't know that you wanted it yet until you saw it. So all your searches online, although we can't confirm that, but the conversations that you may have, things of that nature, you can basically say that certain companies know you better than you know yourself.
Where
they
put him on, but
please, caller, please, come on. You see, I don't understand some people, you know. The person is speaking, so you have to understand that the individual has to complete his thought. So it's not about sometimes, you know. Yes, you're on the line, caller. Hello. You see, sometimes people have to have this competition of the thought. You understand that it's a calling program, yes, but the individual is actually speaking, and if the person is speaking, the person must complete their thought before you can actually say interact with the person. I mean, we have to get that manners. Let's put it that way. It is not fair to him having to be making a contribution to us, and that I have to tell him stop, because someone has just called and accept the call from the person. So continue your thought, Denzel.
I kind of lost my train of thought. Could you remind me?
That's the point. We were talking about online shopping. Yes, we were talking about online shopping.
Right. So all of these things know you better than you know yourself. You have things like, let's say your Amazon Alexa, which can order items for you. So let's say you're running low on certain items in your house, it can order it for you. There's even one case, I can't confirm whether like the full validity of it, but I do remember this one incident from maybe a couple years ago, where this young lady from what I've read, she started getting packages from Amazon for like baby supplies and diapers and so on and things of that nature. And her dad saw these things and he got upset. He contacted Amazon and asked them what was going on. So apparently it turns out that the algorithm that the system was using was able to determine that, based on her searches that she's made recently, that she was pregnant before she even knew that she was pregnant.
Wow.
So
wow.
Yeah,
amazing.
It's some crazy technology.
That is crazy. That is crazy. Right. So I just want to say to callers that you can now call 448-3284. You can call the number 448-3284, or you can call 1-800-327. If you are overseas, you can call 305-974-47 free. I think that's the number. I'll call it again. Let's go to the telephone. Good evening to you, caller. You're live.
Yes, good
labeling this is the fireman touching base.
Fireman,
Your
fireman,
line is
you have to
bad.
call me back, you know. You have to call me back. Your
line.
line is bad.
But then that,
Yes, call me back. Okay? Sorry about
All
that.
right.
Yeah. Okay, so if you're overseas, you can call 305-432-9744. Okay? 305. Yes, 305-432-9744. Let's go back to the telephone. Good evening to you, caller. You're live. Good evening, caller.
Good evening, and how are you?
I'm fine.
Good evening.
Good evening, Denzel.
Good evening.
African's mother.
Oh, Auntie Joanne.
And as your father would say, I'm very proud of you. And I'm very proud of my four sons.
Mm-hmm.
And you did well, and I'm very, very, very proud of you guys and what you have accomplished in your life. I wish
Thank
Afi
you.
would be listening right now, but I know it's already past maybe 11, 12 o'clock when he is. But I know I will send him the clip so that he could listen to it. Okay,
Yep.
so just keep doing what you're doing, keep the faith, and I'm always there to support you.
You're from Trafalgar?
Yes, I am.
Okay, well, tell us a little bit about yourself and your son. You're going to get off like that? You think you're going to get off like that?
I don't want to feel that Denzel show.
No, I know it's Denzel's show, but Denzel's father called. And spoke of 4 boys that are his sons. And that you're calling and you're saying that these 4 boys are your sons. So I need you to tell us a little bit more.
If you don't speak about Atherton, I will. So
I know.
my bigger brother
Maybe
right there.
Denzel have some secret with he and Afi, but we call him Afi for short. Well, when Afi grew up, he was more together with Bernal in his younger days. Bernal was next door neighbor, my neighbor's grandson. So they were the two that were growing up together. But around like 4th form, I say around 4th form, 5th form, because Afi was ahead of them. Denzel came on board and Casey. Dwight was around for some time as well, and Kishtan. But these 4, Casey, Dwight, Casey, Bernal, Denzel and Atherton, I think these are the 4 that really stuck together throughout. And they would move from home to home. And as Denzel, that Elvis say, his home was their home. And my home was their home as well. They would go home to home. Very well disciplined boys. And as you say, people always talk and call them names and say things about them. But they always stood their ground. And these guys, I will never afraid for them because they would go about, doing things for themselves, and they wouldn't care about anybody because they were head on as to what they wanted to do in life. When Atherton left in 2012 to go to Morocco to study, I know it hurt them. It was a really sad time because that breaks the bond a little bit because he was not around. He was more like their leading mentor because he was a little older than them. And I remember when he came back in 2013, when Casey came home, and I said, Casey, there's something I wanted. If you could come into the house, I have something for you. And then when he came into the house, and Atherton said, hi, Casey. And oh my God, this guy almost dropped in front of me, and Casey just started to cry. So that's how close they were. And when Bernal had to go to the States, and I had to bring Atherton down from Morocco before Bernal left, that was the bond that they had, So these 4 guys, and I call them my 4 sons, they had that kind of bond, and they made something for themselves in life, and they made their parents proud, and I'm very, very proud of all 4 of them.
And I can imagine today that the community of Trafalgar is so very proud of the works that they're actually doing. Look, now we have Denzel involved in robotics. Can you imagine?
Artificial
I
intelligence.
know, right?
Yeah, can you imagine? And I can sense when this guy comes to Dominica after his studies, even if it's mechanical engineering that he's doing, that he's going to be hugged by so many different companies to really help in developing their robotic programs.
Yes, and all 4 of them took 4 different fields, Atherton is doing sustainable energy, which is geothermal. So he's presently doing his doctorate now in that. Casey did marketing, and now Denzel into mechanical engineering, and then Bernard into something else, more into computers. So, I mean, they are very knowledgeable guys.
Mom, sorry about that. I know it's Denzel's period, but just imagine a community with less than 1,000 people.
Yeah.
Right? Less than 1,000. Have these 4 guys. You have communities that have more than 1,000, and they don't have 4 guys of that nature that is now ready to propel Dominica into the new Dominica. How do you feel as a parent, and a person from the community of Trafalgar, small community, to have 4 young men gone out there, get themselves empowered? Now one of your sons is going to be a doctor, a PhD in whatever field that has decided to do. How do you feel as a parent that they kept their guns and they are really ready to contribute to Dominica?
I feel proud. I feel elated. I thank God that what I taught my son throughout his life, and he kept his head straight on, because there are so many distractions along the way that they are able to stand strong. Because throughout your school life, it can be very, very difficult, and peer pressure can be real deterrent. But it really makes me feel glad in my heart to see that, the hard work. We were always in constant communication, always talking to him, always encouraging him, because I did not choose his path for him. I didn't choose this path for none of my children. I always tell them, choose what they want to do in life, and make sure what they choose, that they love it. Because I'm not going to choose something and tell you must be that and you must be this. You choose what you want to do. And he chose his path. And looking at these 4 guys, it really brings joy to my heart as a parent, because there are a lot of young people in Trafalgar. So we have doctors, we have lawyers, we have other people. We have a few people in Trafalgar who have bachelor's and master's degrees as well. So there are young people who look at each other and see what they can do, and it's not in the same field. They have different fields. So it's very, very nice, and very, it can be emotional too, because sometimes you think of where you came from as a parent and where your children are today. It's really, really remarkable to see how our children can evolve in life of today.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. God bless Denzel. All the best.
Thank you.
Denzel, let me ask you, are you emotional when you hear those words?
Yeah, and always when it comes to my brothers, it's always like that. Atherton, as Auntie Joanne said, he's a bigger brother to all of us, and when I look, personally, I always when it gets close to my birthday and these times, I sit back and think where I was a year ago before, and I also think about my friends too and where they were. So it's like looking at all of us playing on the basketball court, to one is in Morocco, one is one is in the US working for this tech company, and then here I am studying here. The other one is doing marketing, and he's always doing something.
Let's go to the telephone now. Good evening to you, caller. Your live.
Yes, good evening, fireman. Touching base again. All the fireman clean and clear, right?
Loud and clear.
Boy, you're making me great. You're making me joyful. Those I realized for the past 2 days, I heard some great people from River Nickel and DBS. You had a great youth man yesterday with Ivonia and another brother. Yesterday, that man is a rich man. Look at another rich one, and it's a free mortgage. So rich means now, this country getting places, as I always say, this country can build itself. It's we the people to develop our country and our people. And I love to hear everything I hear tonight. You know what I'm saying? We need more on that, but it's real thing about the life eventually. When I listened to the brother and the one yesterday, I realized it takes a lot of discipline and respect. And I feel the young youths today eventually need to put that in their jacket, because that is what they're going to make you something and take you somewhere. So my brother, and we see what happening now. Some politicians want to put foreigners outside. You see all the out of River Nickel, getting all the resources and come back to all the country and build all the country and build all the people. I love all you. Continue to do what all you're doing. Stay positive, stay focused, stay healthy. But anything good for the country, fireman, if always have to tell me hi, hello, but just do what you do, my brother. I'm joyful and I feel proud. If I've done something wrong, you make me do nothing bad because of your vibes and your energy and your motivation. So you can help a lot. Give thanks and praises, stay positive, stay balanced. Up and running, fireman running. World boss, boy, you have a great country, nobody can do it like you. Give thanks for life.
Thank you. Yes.
Great.
No, Denzel.
Mm-hmm.
I want to find out, because I'm seeing the world is changing in my eyes before me. And you spoke earlier on of the Industrial Revolution. That's the second Industrial Revolution. We know what the first did. We see the expansion of cars and buildings. And now the Industrial Revolution is now dealing with the artificial intelligence. In reference to cards, I know that many of us, even when I was going to church as a young boy, I remember once the pastor said, and he's dead now, Pastor Sarah said, that one day, we will come to the world. One day we'll go to the shop, and purchase, and the world will say to us that they won't accept our dollars. They won't want our money. This will be a plastic. And as a young boy, I never understood what he meant until today. Now, I can have my phone with my various cards on my phone and go out and shop and purchase item. How do you call that? Do you call that automation, or do you call that artificial intelligence?
It is leaning into automation, but again, it's more into that convenience that comes with software, because what you can really say about a good piece of technology is how intuitive it is, so how easy it is to use. So if I can just pull out my phone, select the card that I want, tap it, pay, go along my way, that shows that advancement and how good that technology actually is. I mean, again, you always have drawbacks and maybe some concerns about security or so on, but at the end of the day, it's still something that shows that increase. But yeah, I was also speaking about the Industrial Revolution, as you mentioned, right? If I could continue on that, as I was saying in the first one, right, you had people that lost their jobs, right? Craftsmen who lost their jobs because now you have businesses that have factories and they can mass produce, right? So for the consumer, they can produce cheaper and they can produce faster. So for the consumer, there's a lot of benefit there. So what about the employee? What about the average man? Well, with the craftsman, maybe he loses his job, or for better words, he's displaced. So now let's say now we need people to work in those factories, and now we have more people working in those factories than those that were working as craftsmen before, which means that you have more people who are able to sustain themselves, provide for their family, and live, relatively comfortably. So at the end of the day, now you actually have a net increase in employment versus loss. So that brings us back to today, where you see a lot of people losing their jobs because of AI or because of automation or these things, but it also creates a lot of jobs too. Let me just pull this up here. There was actually one study that stated that while 1.8 million jobs will be lost by at the time it was 2020, 2.3 million new ones will come in its place. And so now you'll see some people losing their jobs, but now you have more technicians, you have more electricians, you have people to work with these things. And even though AI comes into a certain sector, that doesn't mean that it pushes someone out. For example, with doctors, you have a lot of robots that do surgery now, right? And they do it with precision, and basically they kind of take away the risk of surgery a bit. So with those things, it does not take away from doctors, but instead it acts as a tool to help improve in the medical field. Now you can feel more secure knowing that you have this type of system here in the medical field.
What about mechanical engineers that we are aware of, where robots today are the ones making cars, building cars? Do you see the roadside mechanics losing their position that they now hold in terms of people having to come to them to do some work? But before you
answer the question, what I find, Cecil, in the past, you had no computers. Right now, a man has a vehicle. You're owing on your vehicle. You're all day in Portsmouth. He can stop your vehicle from moving. Right now, there's the technology where you're not paying, the vehicle stop functioning. Secondly, now I noticed that.
So, which means it's another form of creating employment, because before you were not able to do that manually.
No, you wouldn't be able to do that. He's not paying, and his vehicle stops.
So you don't have to. It's like now, if you have Domlec, and you have pay as you go, Domlec can literally, through the automation, can see you have your bill is expired because you have not paid yet, paid in full. So we can disconnect you.
So before, men would have to go on the meter.
Right.
Right now they can stay at their home and shut you down. Secondly, with the vehicle, finally, I want to make the point that the computer now runs the vehicle. So basically, you'll have to troubleshoot into the vehicle to see where the fault is by using your computer. You'll have to plug it in and it'll tell you exactly where the fault is.
Yes, Denzel.
Okay, so what you said along the lines of the vehicle being shut down or those kinds of things, well, that kind of brings up an important point, especially to the dangers of AI, as they would say. So one thing that Stephen Hawking said, and I'll kind of paraphrase a bit, it was along the lines that if AI can either help or destroy, and a lot of it comes down to how businesses deal with it. So it can either be helpful for everybody on the whole, or it can help a select few, as in people that are in business and so on. So I get where that fear comes from. But again, we have to give that pushback to prevent things like that from happening. Because with things like AI, since it's new technology, you find that there's not a lot of laws on how to deal with those things. For example, if you have a self-driving car and the car is driving fine, but the passenger falls asleep, then the police pull you over. Like, who do you charge? Do you charge the guy that fell asleep, or do you charge the car? Like, who was driving? So it's like things like that you have to take into consideration. And I think with time and with more scenarios, we'll get a better perspective of how to deal with those situations. I think you also mentioned about paying for things online, like pay as you go and so on. Again, like there's that convenience that comes with not having to go to the store to make a payment, because we live busy lives, and as we say in Dominica, things tend to be slow sometimes, right? Nobody wants to stand in a line, so that's where things like automation and software come in. They provide an easier way for us to do things.
No, I want to find out from you, Denzel. One of the things, one of the system that we have in Dominica is called more banking. It is a very popular one that is being used. Is it through programming and more banking has been functional, or is it through a particular software or automation? And according to your answer, do you see that more banking requires a little bit more expansion in its database?
Okay. I can't speak too much on it because I don't know. I can't tell you exactly how their software works or things like that. I can only speak on what I've observed. So you see a lot of banks do have apps like that where you're able to let's say do transfers or send to people, check your account, things like that. So in terms of the bank aspect, I think that it's good, right? I think it's a step forward there, but I also feel it's a step backward in terms of providing for the general populace, where let's say if your only option to pay a bill is through mobile banking, that's kind of a step backward. You should be able to pay directly without having to go through that app, because now it just kind of again, you're trying to make things easier. So why add another middle step, another unnecessary additional step?
So what is your recommendation then?
My recommendation is that well, as I said, I think it has its place, and I think that it's necessary. But I think that the separate infrastructure should be in place to allow for things like all your bills to be paid online. So let it be, and we don't need to increase or grow in that one specific aspect. Now let's focus on the other things as a whole. See the big picture. You know what I mean? So it's like, let's say you have a hammer, right? Well, let's say you start with a rock, and then you're trying to knock something in, but you eventually get to a hammer, right? You figure out that you have a nail, you're trying to knock it in with a rock, right? You eventually grow and to the point where, let's say you make a hammer, so now you can knock in that nail, right? But if they give you a screw, right? You're not going to advance your hammer so that it can knock in a screw. You're going to get a screwdriver. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Very, very, very interesting. In terms of the finding a solution for the problem, in terms of graduating from a stone and then moving on to a hammer, and right now people are moving on to screws, especially with your roof, Cecil. Right now people want to screw your roof.
So there's still a place for nails and hammers, but we're not going to use hammers to nail screws.
No.
Yeah.
Another thing that is amazing is our present television system. Once upon a time, we knew that we had to get up, put on, put off. Another time, in terms of the Industrial Revolution, we got remotes.
Remote control. Yeah.
Today, we can literally, we have a remote, but we can literally speak to the remote, or we can clap to the television to tell it, to ask it to come on or to go off, or speak to it. Tell me what it is. Is it again animation?
Automation.
Automation. Sorry, thank you. Automation, or is it robotics?
Yeah. Okay. Well, this one kind of delves more into AI, because most times when you're turning on these devices, you're using, let's say, Google or Alexa or Siri, which are their own AI platforms. So, and they do change, adapt, grow, and you'll find that more and more there's more that you can do with your phone. For example, my TV, I remember, now you can use your phone as a remote. As you said, now you can move up and down, left and right. But these days, you come home and you say, hey Siri, open up Netflix, and your TV comes on and it opens it up. So that shows you the advancement that comes with things like AI and these kinds of software.
And not only that, you if a program gone on for the day and you'd like to get that program, you can get it. And even while the program is going and you want to pause, you can pause and rewind.
But let me give
go back.
Let me give him what I notice here now. I know there are smart homes now. I went to a fella's home in Portsmouth. I won't call his name, but his whole home is controlled. Like for instance, if the let's say for instance his temperature swimming pool goes down, the computer can raise it up to a certain level. He stays inside his drawing room and he can ask the garage to open. He can ask his lights to come on and go off. What is that?
Again, like that kind of comes back to AI. So it's using AI platforms like Siri, Google, those kinds of things to access. So basically, it's telling them to send a signal over Wi-Fi or Bluetooth to these smart devices, which have microcontrollers and, let's say, a small computer to receive that signal. So let me just kind of explain a bit what microcontrollers are. They're pretty much like these little systems that take in an input and they give an output based on that. So it's like you tell it to do something and it does something in response. So when we have these smart devices, they take more and more chips, as people would say, more and more computers, and our central hub of operation, or the brain, be that the AI, would be these things like Google, Siri, etc. But it also brings up a point, right? There was this one person who works in AI, I can't remember her name right now, but she actually wrote a book with a little story in it, talking about how if we get, let's say we get completely reliant on AI, so we don't have to work anymore, robots just do everything for us. Eventually that could actually be a possibility, but it's predicted that wouldn't really end well. A lot of I think she quoted and said that the way that if AI were to take over in that way, the same way that dogs are to humans, that's how we would be to the AI, dependent on everything. So that's also something that would be interesting to consider if we go too far in that direction. But again, like these kinds of things, they're all new. It's uncharted territory. So you don't know, you can't exactly predict where it's going to go. For example, with when I mentioned before about general AI, where it's like at human level, some scientists predict that it could be in the next 5 years. As I say, it's somewhere between the next 5 years and 500 years. So you can see there's a very big range because we don't exactly know. We can't say with certainty what's going to happen.
So do you think that man is doing this as an escape to say that there is no God?
I wouldn't necessarily say that. I think that again, it's an individual thing. Maybe some people feel that way, but the truth is that everything kind of comes back down to money. So if you, like, as I said, if you can eliminate people from the equation, that's less people that you have to pay. So for the businesses that are coming up with these things, they may not be thinking of it in a religious aspect, but more in a monetary aspect.
I was watching on YouTube a robot, one of the modern robots, and it speaks. It shows emotion, It has eyes. It's like a human being. It's just that it doesn't have life. Do you believe that at some point in time that these robots will be so smart in their thinking? In other words, you don't have to program them. Since they're already feeling emotions in terms, would they be very much advanced and they can go through the thought process themselves? With human beings having to really control them?
Right, that's where, again, like general AI comes in. So, like as I said, we haven't reached that point yet. It's possible that we could, and it's as I said, it could happen somewhere between 500 years, as they said. Predictions actually say we could have general AI as soon as 2035, right? And other predictions point towards the end of the century. So, as to being indistinguishable from humans, that may not be too far off, because you find that a lot of these AI platforms that, like as they call them, chatbots that people communicate with, sometimes it's very difficult to actually tell whether it's a human or not. So, in your eyes, as far as you're concerned, it is a person. So, as you described, you said that it felt emotions, but the truth is it does not. It's incapable of doing so. But from your perspective, it seems that way. So then, which one actually is the truth? Is it what you see, or is it what it is?
So let me ask then, where do you place Dominica at this time in terms of AI or automation? Where do you place Dominica?
Well, as I said, kind of towards the beginning, Dominica uses AI more for leisure practices. I haven't, at least to my knowledge, I don't think there's any company that's implemented AI to for their work or things like that, and you don't see too much automation. But again, if it is something that can be profitable, then why not? So it would, if the technology is right there, it's just across the seas from us. So it wouldn't be too difficult if we have the resources and finances to one day, let's say you go to a place like Smart and the caches are gone. Now you're self-checking out. So, but that's why I kind of liked when the callers spoke, because it's interesting to hear their perspectives, because you kind of see that dichotomy between the impression, at least the tone, from the first caller and I believe the second one, where one spoke about how easy things were because of advancements in technology and AI, and the other one spoke about how people felt about it. So like he said, like the businesses at Home Depot, if I'm correct, that's what he said, they, like the business owners, are happy with the not having to spend as much, but the consumer won't buy as much because they are looking for that human interaction. So it's fair to say that certain jobs are at less risk of being affected by AI because you want that human interaction.
No, I also want to ask you, Denzel, can you identify some of the automation that is presently used in Dominica so that people can have a better understanding? But before you do that, let's go to the telephone. Just think of this question, but let's go to the telephone. Good evening to you, caller. You're live.
Yeah, I want to ask a question. I heard Reno talking about he saw on YouTube where a robot had emotional reaction. But let me ask this specialist who is there with you. The AI, is it just a large amount of artificial programming that is installed in a device where it will give assistance to humankind to speed up their research And how can the AI, even though in 1,000 years, being able to probably surpass man when it requires energy, for example, electricity, to have it functioning? So, how can a device, man-made artificial intelligence, requires of electricity which is produced by an outside source, which of course the AI does not produce energy. It's only a set of microprocessors or integrated circuits with a lot of information stored there, and you need to have electricity into that device to have it functionable. So how can the AI arrive at a level where it can be probably affect civilization if it requires energy, which has been, what I say, Domlek or whatever? So how can the AI surpass our civilization or affect our civilization? Thank you. This is the question I would like to ask.
Thank you very much, caller.
Okay. So let me break that up into two parts. I think the first part of your question referred to kind of what it is. Like, is it just a bunch of software or so on? And I think the second part of your question referred to, well, three parts. The second part referred to, will it surpass us? And the third part referred to, how will it produce energy? So for the first part, is it software? Yes. Is it traditional software? No. Because while traditional software is programmed to perform a task, AI is programmed to learn to perform a task, right? As for surpassing us, that's where, the topic of super AI comes in, which is AI that is able to, surpass humans, especially as we delve more into quantum computing. That's definitely a possibility. As for powering, well, I don't think that is necessarily an issue, because we could automate creating power, right? So let's say, because all a plant requires really to make power, all we really require to make power is for something to turn a turbine. You get it from some source. So let's say you program a system to, after you set up the infrastructure, right? Let's say you have something like Domlek running. So what's stopping me from programming a robot to do all the work that the workers do there, maintaining the devices? So at that point, no, it's not physically creating its own power internally, but it has a power source that it can maintain for itself.
Okay, and I did ask a question earlier on, in reference to where we are as a country, and to identify to us in Dominica the systems that are actually using automation, so that we have a better understanding between automation and that of the robotics.
Well, I can't think of any specific examples, but one particular example anywhere that you see conveyor belts instead of people carrying things around, for example, that's automation. Let's say maybe in our new airport, when it does come around, you have what you find in airports a lot of. You find walkways that move and you walk on them. All that is a part of automation. So I think that there is some automation here, but maybe we won't exactly know about it, because maybe it's a company secret, quote unquote, if you get what I mean.
Very interesting in terms of the
examples
you gave.
Before you go, yes.
Hello.
Yes, go ahead, caller.
Go ahead, caller.
Go ahead, caller.
Go ahead, caller. You're live.
Caller, you're live.
I'm not hearing you though.
We're hearing you.
We're
hearing you. Go ahead, caller. Apparently
right.
Go ahead if you're
very interesting in terms of the science. In terms of you're talking about machines running, factories. For instance, I feel in Dominica very soon, probably when we have our geothermal, maybe not only men would be running the plant, but maybe machines would be, programmed to keep the energy functional.
Right.
Because maybe human beings will not be able to run it for 24 hours and machines will have to do the job. I remember reading a book, I think it's called A Brave New World, by Aldous Huxley, who gave us the impression that probably in maybe 2040, 2015, maybe by that time, maybe machines would probably run things, because what we are seeing now in war, men are no longer going to the battlefront as such. He can send a drone, or he can send a missile, and operate the missile from space and get the missile to exactly where it wants. So in fact, we are now seeing the whole field of science changing. A fellow would probably have to stay in an area and send a grenade. Right now, he don't have to. He just program his machine or his computer and get the thing to go exactly where he wants it to fall.
Okay, let's go back to the telephone. Good evening to you, caller.
Okay, good night. I think this is Mr. Anthem who was calling, so he got cut off at a certain time. So he was just talking to you.
Yeah, well, he's live now, so we can
hear him.
We can hear now.
Hello, good evening.
Yes, good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah, good evening to you and your guest and Mr. Adam.
Good evening. Good evening.
Very interesting program, and where AI is concerned. I can remember 4 years ago I visited a Honda factory in Alabama, and it was to my surprise what I saw, that there were almost 4,000 robots actually doing the manufacturing work in that factory. And the thing is that was a sister factory, a Honda factory, Honda. There was a sister factory to one in Japan. They were producing at least 1,500 motor vehicles in a day and twice the amount of engines. And the thing is, that was the only factory at the time in the world where robots were actually put in the windscreen of the motor vehicle. No other place in the world, all the windscreen was put by manually. And this was the only factory where robots was put in the windscreen. So the question I want to ask your guest tonight, whether AI will overtake human being, because what I understand now following some of the programs, whether they will actually... Can you hear me?
Yeah, we're hearing you. Let's go ahead.
Yeah, whether they will actually program themselves, because I already understand they are programming themselves, because sometimes we believe AI is just as robotic features like human beings, but they are in all sorts form and fashion, and they are taking over the industrial revolution. We have come for electronics. So I want to ask the question tonight, because somebody asked a question whether they will put human beings out of jobs. What it is, can they program themselves? And if they can program themselves, self-program themselves, what it is going to be in the future for human beings? Because they'll overtake us.
Great question, that is. Great question, Denzel. Thank you, caller. That's it?
Thank you. Yes, that's it.
Yes, Denzel. If they can program themselves, what happens?
Well, I mean, that's kind of what AI does. Some of them, they do kind of program themselves, but as for taking over, again, it really comes down to how we use those things and how we progress in them. But let me give you an example, right? So let's say you program a robot to like the same example from the coffee, with where you would send an AI robot to go pick up coffee for you, right? Well, what if there's a line, right? Does it just push everybody out of the way and get coffee for you at all costs? What if the store is closed? Does it break inside? Because what all it's concerned about is completing the task that you gave it. So that's where we come in by setting certain parameters. So we're like, I want you to get that coffee, but not this way and not that way. So I guess that's where a lot of the fear comes with AI. And I guess the rate at which it's advancing is also makes it more scary. So it is a possibility, especially if we just, it is a possibility if we don't take our time and regulate things. And even then, there's still a chance that those kinds of things can happen, be it greater or smaller. We can't say, because again, it's uncharted territory.
Yeah, the reason why I asked the question, because I read the book, The Brave New World, where these robots self-program themselves, and instead of human beings giving them instructions, they were then giving humans the instructions. I mean, the writers long ago, science fiction writers, came up with that notion that with this technology, these things at some point in time may create their own algorithms. They can, or they can create other robots, like we saw in that movie with what's his name now? This Hollywood actor Arnold, Terminator. Right, where the robot was actually programming itself. Right. So when you see these movies, it gives human beings the impression that a new wave of technology, which you said probably could occur in 5 years or in 500 years, the humans don't know how fast they'll be able to get to that point. But maybe it can happen, where the robot will create another robot that will be able to control, and that robot now will be able to control human beings. So instead of being the master of the machine will become the master of the human being. Is that a possibility?
Yeah, it could be. But again, it's up to us to take the necessary precautions to try and prevent those kinds of outcomes. The same way that with cars, right? When cars first came around...
Sorry, Denzel, you want to hold that thought? Remember that we ended on cars. Let's go to the telephone. Good evening to you, caller.
Yeah, good evening. I just want to say kudos to this thriving young man. I wish them continued focus and success, yeah. I want to go back to a point the young guy was making about jobs, the loss of jobs and the creation of jobs. I'm suggesting that with the evolution of technology, we lose jobs, but more creativity. I think that's what he had implied, right?
Yes.
Yes.
But I think it can't be said without noting, though, that the type of new jobs that do come about as a result are not the same. So those who get the short end of the stick it's very difficult for them to be absorbed in the new wave or the new job types, So I think it is critical. It comes back to our education systems, our societies, to ensure that the next generations that come along with the evolution are equipped with the new skills and knowledge required so that they could be absorbed into those new job types, But the reality nonetheless is those who suffer and lose jobs because of changes in technology and robotics, etc., they have a tough time.
But let me just give you an example.
Thank you, caller.
What I saw in a woodwork shop recently, I visited in Simeon's woodwork shop. He has a computer that he can program in his workshop, and when he programs the machine, it cuts the wood exactly. It does all the design. No longer he has to go with a chisel and do it. It's happening right in his workshop there in Kenville.
So which means other times or before time, he would have gotten
He would not be able to do that.
He would have gotten someone with the expertise to cut the wood the way that the machine is actually doing it.
Yeah, but the machine is actually cutting
and
the wood.
not only cutting it to the precision, but also you have mass production.
He can mass produce.
Yes.
That
no. Somebody said, Denzel, nevertheless, I'm still afraid for the world. We still can't let AI take over human service.
That's true.
So people are very much concerned. I mean, especially coming from our little space, Dominica, and the OECS. That is going to be a threat for us. Whether or not you as a mechanical engineer sees it differently, but we see it for persons especially who have the average job, and the average job is going to be the first one to be affected. So the cashiers are going to be affected.
She's worried.
So the cashiers are right to be worried. Right now, at companies, the telephone is being answered by a machine.
Yep.
Yes.
So there's no longer in Dominica that you hear somebody says, "Good morning, this is DBS Radio. How can I help you?" They literally speak to you and tell you, if you know your extension, tell me so I can forward.
But you have.
But before you go, let's
but let me just show that thing quickly.
Somebody's on the line.
Oh yeah,
Good evening to you, caller.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Steinberg.
Dr. Steinberg Henry. Dr. Steinberg Henry.
Adulas Huxley, my friend, are you there?
Are you Denzel? Good evening to you. Good work.
Good evening.
Yeah, let me tell you, nice discussion. We see what happens in Simeon shop. To me, that is normal evolution of technology. From the chow wheel to something else, from men mixing cement to concrete mixers that's natural. There's nothing unusual about that has done throughout all society. You find those things emerging.
Right.
What I want us to keep in mind as we do this discussion, and that moves us out of our comfort zone to a sort of lateral mode of thinking, is that throughout all civilization, from the 17th century to modern times, there have always been scientific breakthroughs. But at the same time, while that happened, there were always humanist and artistic developments and creations that did not receive the attention that the scientific. By that I'm saying there was a wonderful guy who wrote a book. His name is Thomas Kuhn. The book was called The Structure of Scientific Revolutions. And he introduced the concept of the paradigm. And he was saying a paradigm is a way of thinking that dominates a particular community, way of life, human history, for a particular period of time until it goes under and it is taken over by another. When I went to grammar school, that's a leap. The dominant paradigm was science, physics, chemistry, biology. I found out from a gentleman that before that it was the arts, What I'm trying to say is, as we discuss the AI, I think Cecil, Brain, and Denzel, for as far as I'm aware, even from my own work and that of many others that I've seen, there's also emerging a human potential movement. So while the AI seems to be a threat, it probably is more a fear and an anxiety than a threat. It will probably take away human jobs. But if we mention it solely in terms of economics, we have problems here. But when we look at other aspects, I mean, if somebody tell me to multiply 36,975,675,823 by 75,000, I leave that for a machine. I'm not going to hustle myself with my brain to. So there are certain things machines do very well. I think, let me put it this way, there's a human potential movement throughout the world that is saying the universe is in you and you're in the universe. There are spiritual movements that are rising all over the world that are saying human creative intelligence and journeys into the human neurological system and the human brain are vital. There are spiritual movements that are rising at the same time that this AI is expanding. There are spiritual movements that are discovering new potential inside the human gut, in the sense that I don't know, somebody may be able to tell me the dangers of AI at this point. And if you look at it in terms of jobs, manufacturing, threat to human, a lot of things. In Japan, it may not be perceived that way, then you may think. But I think at the same time, Cecil and Brain, whilst Denzel is giving us that information about where it is and where we can find it and how it functions and so, I think we have a responsibility to also point out that there is a human capacity that is evolving with indigenous groups, with Aboriginal groups, with Native American groups, with peoples of African descent. There are lots of other things that are emerging inside the human person that has to do with relationships, that have to do with living with each other, that has to do with discovering capacity, the microbiomes inside the human gut, the neurological systems, the human brain. There are lots of human potential things that are emerging that is making us better and stronger and more perceptive human beings. And I think if we can run the two simultaneously, then it will not seem like a problem. I hope this helps. I just thought I'd drop in to make my little piece. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Steinberg-Henry. Denzel, someone sent me, I don't want to say an episode, but someone sent me some questions and also made a statement. The person asked, how does man maintain his dominance over AI? That's one question. Two, will the merger between quantum computing and AI make that impossible or less likely? How would you advise young people and educators to prepare to take advantage of this new tool? Well, according to Google, it is the use of reasoning to take advantage of education in order to solve complex problems and create better outcomes. And the person also said that the advantage that all AI will have over us is the vast amount of information available to it and the lightning speed, which Dr. Steinberg-Henry just made mention of, the lightning speed with which it will provide an accurate solution. Keeping mankind around might not be a logical solution. Wow. Wow. Dr. Steinberg-Henry just made mention of that. And here goes someone sending that information.
But before he makes the comment, what Steinberg is saying is
Dr. Steinberg-Henry.
Yes, Dr. Steinberg-Henry. My apologies, sir. Is that we should not be afraid. Because as I said, machines in terms of maths are able to do vast computation that human beings would not be able to do in a few seconds. So he sees that there is a parallel between, technology and human development. That's the point he was making.
Yes. So Denzel, help us now with some of the questions the individual ask.
Okay. Can you start with the first? Can you give me the first question, please?
Okay. I am going to go back to the questions for you. So I'll give you the first one. I'm looking for it. Just give me 1 second. I'll definitely get it sooner than later. Yes. The question is, how does man maintain his dominance over AI? That's the first question.
Well, I think my first question is, can you maintain dominance over AI?
Yes, you can.
It depends. Again, we don't know how things are going to go. But at the end of the day, AI is a tool. And it's how you use that tool and the safety precautions you take with it. Obviously, with certain power tools, you have to handle them a certain way so that you don't get hurt. It's the same thing with AI. We have to approach it in such a way that we don't get hurt. And it's kind of going to that last question I think they made about it might be logical to get rid of humans. And that's true. So if I rush into
saying that
things,
is true?
It could be true, because let's think about it, right? Let's say you type in, you tell a computer what's the fastest way to stop pollution. who creates pollutions? Humans. So get rid of humans. So so you have to put parameters in place to prevent these kinds of things. If you try and rush into it and then you just start up your program, maybe that's the solution it comes to. But the danger of AI really comes to the ambiguity between decisions. So it's like you give it one thing to do, and here are the choices that it has to make. So when it has less certainty, it can't make the choice that maybe it won't make the choice that you would like, basically.
Mm-hmm. And the second question is, will the merger between quantum computing and AI make that impossible or less likely?
And that's in reference to the first question?
That's in reference to the first question.
Right. So, I mean, for those who don't know what quantum computing is, let me just address that first. Pretty much with the computers that we have today, our components are getting smaller and smaller and smaller to the point that we have components that are pretty much the size of an atom sometimes. Like we have transistors that are the size of an atom, but then there's a physical limit to that. So when you get smaller, you actually delve into what they call quantum mechanics, right? And I can tell you straight up, we don't understand quantum mechanics. It's really complicated. So that's where quantum computing comes in. With the little knowledge that we do have about quantum mechanics, we try to create processes that can do that. So, for example, a general computer, it uses ones and zeros. So you send it a list of ones and zeros, and that translates to something. But with quantum computers, the package that you send is both a 1 and a 0 at the same time. It's only when you read it, then it either changes to a 1 or a 0, right? So smaller packages, faster processing, all those things. So the thing about it is, I guess you're kind of combining two technologies that we don't fully understand, both AI and quantum computing. So there's no telling what could happen in that scenario. But I mean, the goal of quantum computing is to get more computing power. So maybe that might even lead us into super AI. It's something that we're not at yet.
Yeah,
so we don't know what
super AI. We are not there yet. So quantum computing will maybe help us to reach that way. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, we don't know the limits because we aren't even fully there yet.
And the other question is, how would you advise young people and educators to prepare to take advantage of this new tool?
Okay. Well, I would like to roll it back a bit and start at the base of programming and electronics. You always have to understand the base. So as someone who is studying engineering, I've come to the understanding that even though it's something that they don't exactly tell you, in a lot of jobs, they favor people who can program, so much so that they kind of expect it. So if in Dominica, we can start taking a little more focus towards that and not just, let's bring in programming. No, to a point of we teach it to be understood. And I know that the students that we have in Dominica have the capability to do so. Because again, when I was doing the program that I was doing at the Dominica Grammar School, I saw their potential. I guess children being more technologically advanced today and being exposed to more technology have that advantage. So I think we're ready for it, for the first step of learning to program, learning to do these things, learning to interact with these things. And eventually it can bring us to the bigger things like working with AI, working with machine learning, working with deep learning, things of that nature.
Yeah, very interesting. As Dr. Stenberg was saying, with every new development, let's say, for instance, the concrete mixer, which we had before, or mixing concrete with our shovels. Right now we have concrete trucks, Cecil, that can move your concrete, all your concrete you need to build your home. I also notice there are these super trucks now, where you don't have to have two trips of one big truck brings you one trip of sand, and you can use that trip of sand to build your entire home. Have you seen that? Cecil?
No. Let's go back to the telephone. Good evening to you, caller. You're live.
This is my last call to you.
Yes.
This is the program Discoveries. It is a place where we discover new ideas. We find new ways of thinking about thinking. I think quantum phenomena is already alive in human activity, and quite a bit is known about it. Quantum mechanics, quantum physics. Think about it. The simultaneous, that's why I keep suggesting, let us run them simultaneously. It is quite wonderful and extreme not to consider philosophy of the early Greeks who gave it to us, at least from them, who thought that they had to be good in human activity. It's always easy to say, we can get rid of humans. But what is the good of our activity? An atheistic materialist culture is going to think that way. But what if we adopt the original divine element and urge? This is discoveries. We think here. So, for instance, Maharishi University of Management, 250 students sit in a dome. They cross their legs and they repeat a mantra. The mantra runs for 20 minutes. After they have gone into a state of partial bliss, it is a quantum state, because they are observers observing themselves for positive observation. What next do they do? A machine will not do that, because a machine doesn't have a social life. It doesn't have blood, and it doesn't reason. Here is another matter. As a second movement, what do the meditators do? They repeat 13 sutras. And by the time they've got to the final sutra, their body lifts from the ground and begins to fly. The Dominican Paul Toulouse did it very well. There's quantum activity in human activity already. So that's why I'm saying I would like to suggest that let us be careful about the way we reason for island states. You see, because we have a sacred secular culture, let us be careful how we reason for us as a people. We welcome that intervention by the gentleman, and we think it's excellent stuff. But I think we are at a stage now where simultaneously we have to run the human potential discourse, Cecil, which is what Brain was suggesting. We have to run it at the same time, because there's something that has emerged in the human ability. Our last two discussions were about languages. Just imagine that. And the fact that we have created languages within Caribbean societies that are particularly different from the standardized forms. What have we been doing? So, there is a creativity that I think we have to appreciate in the human being as much as we can appreciate in the power of algorithms. And I would like us to always think of them side by side. That's just my suggestion. Okay, thank you.
Dr. Steinberg Henry is agreeing with you. Yes, he's agreeing with you.
He believes in the spiritual aspect of the human being, the human spirit, the motivation, the meditation. For instance, he talks about what I call astral travel. Well, he didn't tell us that actually, but I suspected that's where he wanted to go, in terms of the Tibetan monks that meditate and can lift their spirits and can actually lift from the ground, levitate or levitation, through the human spirit. I think that's what he's driving to. So even if there's a machine, he's telling us the levitation aspect of it and the meditation aspect of it and the emotional aspect of it. He thinks that human beings will be able to, to be able to not be afraid of the machine, but be able to use the machine to do the work for them. That I think is right.
Someone said to you, Denzel, it looks like the breeze of the Trafalgar Falls make you guys focus a lot on positive things. I see. Maybe so. I see cars moving on its own. The valley's getting a cable car. And again,
that's like that, boy.
Is that robotic? You know? And the person said, that must be for laughter.
Yeah.
Remember things changing from the Lakou to a robotic world. That must be a joke, right? And the person said, better Denzel them had built the Titanic submarine. So the person said to you,
well, I hope, Cecily, it's not like those three guys who have all that money. Mm-hmm. Can you imagine fellas with all that money just diverting a bit, going in a submarine, a little machine, trying to get down to see the Titanic? Can you imagine? Men with money, going in that thing with the controls of a video game? Can you imagine? Can you imagine how men think? You're going in a machine, a little submarine, with a little video game as your control? Mm-hmm. Do you see the human spirit for adventure?
Yes. Man going to the moon to seek for gold.
It's the human spirit. Or men climbing Mount Everest. Well, technology is here, so men exploring technology.
The person who sent the questions to you, Denzel, earlier on, who ended by saying keeping mankind wrong might not be a logical solution. The person said the risk comes from the fact that we are making the rules after the horses have left the barn.
So the horses have bolted already?
So basically the horses already left. So we are too late, Denzel?
No.
I think what that person, I get what they're saying. It does. I feel that they are educated on the topic and they have a pretty good understanding of it. So and I respect that. So to an extent, I do agree with them. To the other extent, me being hopeful, I think we still have a chance. But many people would probably side with this person that we've already let it go too far.
I think so too. So the horses have already left the barn. So mankind, not mankind, but those of us who are illiterate to the issue of robotics are going to have problems.
I don't agree with this, and I must disagree with him. And my reasoning there is that the human spirit, for instance, he talked about the Industrial Revolution in terms of industry and in terms of factories. At one time, we had that developing in Europe. Now, in the modern world, in terms of China, Japan, these countries and in the United States are very highly advanced in the field of robotics. But these machines are made to make man do work a bit easier. So I'm saying that man himself always liked to create things to challenge him. Or to chat, for instance, going into space, putting telescopes in space and looking at the universe. But man himself is an emotional human, is an emotional being. Machines have not yet achieved the emotional aspect. I doubt they'll ever. Feelings and whatever. So I think the human spirit, yes, these technologies are here.
What do you mean by emotions? For instance, the computer can almost hear a good song and shake itself.
Right,
Denzel?
Yes.
Why not?
Why not?
Yeah, it can shake itself.
So it will be emotional.
Emotional?
Yes.
The feelings, the aesthetics.
Someone can. I have seen robotics where someone has insulted the robot and the robot in response.
Program.
No. You can talk about all the programming. If I say a curse word to you, and the robot comes to understand that you said a curse word and to respond back to you. How much programming is that?
Would the robot be able to appreciate the Trafalgar waterfall falling from that high.
No, I don't think they would. I don't think they would ever.
Huh?
I don't think they would ever.
Would they be able to go?
There's no pulse.
Appreciate
They have no pulse.
The
no,
boiling
they
lake?
don't breathe. No, there are machines that would have
Right? Would they?
electronics inside of them.
Would be?
So that's not possible.
No, I'm
but
just driving
no,
you
but
into
I'm
that
just telling you. I'm just telling you that they might become emotional. In the sense of maybe tomorrow morning they can get tears.
Right.
They may be able to dance to a good song. They may be able to insult you if you do not do what they request of you to do.
Yeah, but I just gave you some aspects.
They may not be able to bathe. They may not be able to take a dive
and feel the water on their skin.
And feel the water on their skin. No, they might just feel the water on their machine and say I am wet. Is that right, Denzel?
Yeah, we have water sensors. So,
but I don't think
they'll put the sensor because right now we have motor vehicles with sensors, and if your vehicle goes out of commission, it tells you.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Let me add a little bit, right? So, I think what you kind of have to acknowledge is that when you said that they're programmed, I mean, technically, you can say that we are programmed by our society, by the things that we experience. We're taught how to do things. So when you have a machine, the real question is, how do you define certain things? Like, how do you define anger? How do you define happiness? Is it a feeling? Is it some kind of abstract concept? So it really comes to, how do you define it? If it looks, let's say, as Cecil said, if you program a machine to cry, you as a human know that crying is a sign of sadness. So do you think that, it's sad? Or do you think, it's just programmed to do that? Or,
Well, interesting. I mean, remember, human beings are socialized. We are socialized. We live in environments.
And you heard what he said. We are socialized by what the environment has taught us.
Yeah, I understand what he's saying. I'm not denying the fact. But we must appreciate as well that human beings have been on this planet for thousands of years.
And while that is so true,
and
you have heard people say to other people, you're acting like a robot.
Right, yeah.
I say to you to stand and you stand.
Right. But human beings, through their civilization, have gone through several types of revolutions. Before even the industrial revolutions, there were certain developments in terms of technology, that the development of metals. Men started with stones, and then they discovered metals. After that, they discovered metals, they discovered gunpowder. From gunpowder, they were firing, in the First World War, they were fighting trench warfare. And then they developed new machines that can fire how many bullets? Machine guns. So man in himself has also been going through an evolution of change, right? But his society has existed, and he's been making use of the machine, the catapult. Before, you see men firing catapults in warfare. No, they don't fire catapults. They fire rockets. Maybe, who knows, next time they may use the heat from the sun, laser. So
and they may use the robots on the battlefield.
And they may use robots on the battlefield, right? But the robots, they would be, and Denzel, that's why they would be the ones programming the robots as they do now,
right?
To fight their wars, the drones. Because you can see during the war of Ukraine and Russia, they use a lot of drones. Yes, Denzel?
Yeah. Just to add that to that point, when, again, like, things change. So if you have wars where, let's say, both sides have robots, they have drones, then it doesn't become a battle of brutality. It becomes a battle of who has more resources, who has more to the ability to expend. So it's more about me outlasting you or overpowering you.
Denzel, as we come to the end, it's already 6 minutes before the hour of 10 o'clock. Originally, we said 2 hours. We are now on on the fence of 3 hours, and it tells me of your capacity, your ability to think. We had no prior, how I'll say that, program to say these are the questions that's going to be asked. We having a conversation, and to really relate with us for 3 hours. Not too many human beings would be able to do that. But let's go to the telephone quickly. Last caller. Good evening to you, caller.
Hi, Cecil.
Hi.
And Brain and your guest. Again, proud of the young man, coming from Dominica myself.
Thank you.
I have a question for the gentleman. Okay, what does he think? He's still basing our argument on the fact that we are the ones going to be programming the computer. What happens when the computer starts programming itself? Because right now they use computers to verify programming done by humans. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes.
So without the emotion of humans, does not make us weaker and the computer, I guess, more efficient, more decisive, more, you know what I'm saying? Because it's now able to program itself without the humans. It can now take decisions without human emotion. Like Brent says, the guy paid $250,000 and they were using a joystick from a video game. That was all based on emotion. It was not a logical choice. You know what I'm saying? So the computer would have been smarter, and our weakness as humans comes from the fact that we have emotion.
My brother,
you have an extra brain, man.
You say the computer would not go down there.
So, what are you telling? What are you telling the computer?
It's not logical.
The computer would say, we are going down there."
You think the computer would say that?
No, the risk does not know. That's not what we want.
Well, I will
Am I right?
answer that.
But you look.
Denzel's going to answer you. I'm going to keep you on. I'm going to keep you on the line. Tell me what Denzel have to tell you.
Okay.
Denzel, go ahead.
I was just going to say that, I do agree with you to an extent. But again, it depends on what you define as weakness, quote unquote.
Emotion.
Because a lot of these things and a lot of these situations are probability, right? So there's a chance. Let's say sometimes you take a high gamble, you get a high reward, low gamble, low reward, etc., etc. But let's say you have a machine that doesn't take that gamble at all based on data, then there's no reward that comes with it. So maybe sometimes taking that gamble is what that separates us and gives us our advantage.
Agreed. Okay, now one last question. With the amount of data available about humans, us as individuals, will the computer not be able to outsmart us because it knows more about us than we even know about ourselves?
Who gave the computer the information?
Who gave the computer the information?
No, it's readily available. You have a conversation in your living room, and you get 6 suggestions for videos you should watch, groceries you should buy. So there's information about you being collected that you don't even know where of.
But let me throw something at you, Cecil. And do you know every time you put on your telephone, Google is watching you?
I know that.
Google
listen to you.
Yes.
And they listen to your conversation, you know.
Yes.
So AI.
Hold on. Let me what Denzel have to say to that. Go ahead, Denzel.
Okay. Sorry. Can you just
No, I said Google every time you put on your
for the caller. Can you just restate the question?
So,
you said.
Yeah, I'm saying, will the amount of information that now AI has about us, will it be able to program us, basically? Because it knows what triggers our emotions, what we react to, positively or negatively.
You like dumplings.
You are dangerous.
You see where I'm coming from?
You like dumplings, so the machine will know you like dumplings.
Exactly.
That's the thing, right? Again, that is AI's weakness also. It's because the information that is provided to it is all that it has access to. So yes, it has a lot of information, but that also creates a weakness because there's certain things that it may not factor in because it does not have access to it. So I think at the beginning I mentioned this Chinese game with the called Go, I believe, right? With the that they beat the player in the world champion, and then the amateur was able to win. The reason that he was able to win was because a company, they tried to figure out a way to beat that AI, and the way that they came up with was that the whole game is that you try and capture as many of the other stones as the other of the other person's stones as you can, right?
Yeah.
So what he was doing is that he was systematically surrounding all the stones, right? To a human player, it would be very obvious, right? But because that AI was only sampling the greatest players, it wouldn't expect something like that, which is why when that professional played, he lost 4-1, but when the amateur played, he won 14-1.
Because his moves were unpredictable.
The professional was much more predictable.
Yeah, he was more
logical. He's more logical.
Yeah, more logical. Right.
No, the reason that it's not that he was more logical, is that because it was only sampling games, like the information that it used, right, was only sampling games from professionals, right? So it would not expect somebody to make such a simple move that it just didn't factor it in. And that's how they won.
Okay, and now let's say they played a series of games over time. Will the computer being able to learn from the experience?
He will beat him.
Would you say that it will be able to beat him?
He will beat him.
Well,
after gathering that information, he would beat him.
If you're speaking specifically about that system, it's not.
Yep.
It was not able to learn because again he won 14-1, but
okay.
But it is
the
true
possibility
that
does exist that they will learn.
If it can learn, then sure.
And that is not where we headed.
Who's to say? As I said before, it's uncharted territory. So
thank you, caller.
One can predict.
All right,
thanks.
Good show, guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, Denzel, for a young man, I really would like to say thank you. I don't think I can say it better by just being very simple, by telling you thank you so very much for your contribution towards the Lakou program. The information that you were able to disseminate or to give back to the general public, I'm sure that many of us are now more prepared for the AI or even for automation. We are much more prepared, and maybe the discussion we would have had maybe 5 years from now about see what government is doing, see what the private sector is doing. What you have done is to give us a preparation as to it will come someday. The cashiers will go home someday. It's just one smart businessman to come around and to say, I don't want to pay overtime, I don't want to have unions in my office, I don't want people to say that they're sick, I don't want to have 3 months, 5 months delay with a woman who's pregnant and my service have to be, or I don't want to send someone on vacation, and when I send someone on vacation I have to put someone in and pay twice. So you have really helped us this evening to have a better understanding of the things that is required to be done.
Well, before he goes, it's a question of retraining and retraining, because as he indicated earlier on, with the new advancement, there are new opportunities, as was done during the time of the Industrial Revolution, where you had persons more moving into the factories than instead of the arts. So I think it's a question that we have to put on the minds of our population, is that we have to be constantly retraining ourselves. We can no longer be satisfied with one modality of training. There has to be a level of adaptation. And like everything else, animals were able to survive. Insects, for instance, were able to survive because they adapt. Flies adapt. You come now with big gun and they laugh at you. Mosquitoes, you spray them and they laugh at you. You know why? Because they keep adapting to whatever chemical that you bring. You'll kill the first dose. But even the viruses themselves adapt. So over a period of time, man will adapt and adjust to the changing environment. He must adapt to the changing environment if he's to survive.
Okay, and I definitely agree with you on that, the adaptation part, which leads me to my final point, which will be followed by my thanks for having me on the show. When it comes, that is artificial intelligence, right? But when you think about our own intelligence, it's important to kind of address what that actually is, right? And it really just comes down to the ability to apply knowledge and the ability to adapt with that knowledge. So let's try our best to be adaptable with this coming future. Oh, so once again, thank you very much for having me on the show and giving me a platform to speak and, express myself and some of the things that I personally take interest in. I'm very grateful for it.
And I would be disappointed if another medium or another media house do not call you,
right,
to have further discussion outside of what we did not, or also what we have discussed,
right,
to expand and to maybe clarify.
But before he goes, let me thank his father for taking faith in him, because to every successful child there is always a parent or parents who believe in them, because you can't really do it alone. You always need support. And Elvis, good job.
And I too like to say to the family, the parent, you heard earlier on that Denzel did give kudos to both mother and father of the contribution towards his life and where he is, and his mom, because of the faith that she had in him, she propelled him to look at the sky and not look at it as the limit. The father himself said that he believed in what he is doing. That's why he will invest. So it's actually an investment, not an investment to him, that's the father, but an investment to Denzel, who eventually later on will help the world to be different. And it's nothing like, you say Dominic Sorti, Dominic he came from. No, it doesn't. The world now is a globe, and we know if it's a global place that we are. Everybody is a citizen of the global place.
Right.
And so Denzel, you have made me proud. I must say, I think I met you for the very first time about 2 years ago, if all that. And I underestimate your power of speech, in the sense that you were so quiet when we actually went to a particular place to have discussion with some people. But I realized that you were intelligent, because based on what you were saying to the individual, I'm sure that the individual tonight listened. I would not feel nice if that person listened tonight,
right,
to tell themselves that they missed that gold or missed that pearl in you. But your father had the confidence in you and has given you that opportunity to further make yourself a citizen of the world where you'll contribute much more. And I'm really happy.
And let me live with him his father's doctrine. Focus.
His father said three things to him: focus.
Yeah, yes, Elvis, I feel you, boy.
Elvis, boy, I'm going to tell my children that too. Focus.
Good night. It was a pleasure being with you.
Your last words.
All right, thanks again.
All right, thank you. All right, God bless you, man. And continue serving God as you always go through your journeys.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Yes.
Bye.
All right. Bye. Bryn, talk to me.
Well, I found the guy to be very intelligent. His level of creativity is there, and he's well focused. And it came from his dad and his family, because that's what you need. Not only the intrinsic motivation, which you need all the time, but he's taken that intrinsic and also the extrinsic aspect of his dad You know,
you see, the thing is that if you know, I know the side, I know it's both sides, but I don't know his grandparents on his father's side, but I know his grandparents on his mother's side. On his mother's side, yes, and they too are very humble.
Right.
They are very bright people too. From the side of the mother, I know that they're very bright. He had an auntie; she has passed many years ago. Corinne was her name, Corinne Baron.
Okay.
She was working at the Aid Bank. She was a very bright child at the time of her death. His grandmother is very unassuming when you see her, because she's jovial, she's cool. His grandfather, Brother Baron, he too is very unassuming. But if you go with him in a discussion about the Bible, he would fly your mind away. It tells you that he's a scholar of the Bible. His father, I knew him for a long time. His father is very unassuming too, and that's what I think helps in the humbleness of Denzel, and to stay with us for 3 hours and 5 minutes speaks volume of his capacity, his ability to focus. Even when we were speaking, for persons who would have seen it, would have known and would have realized that Denzel is a very good listener, and only speaks when he's requested of to speak.
It was a beautiful program. I enjoyed it. That thing on artificial intelligence, was very innovative, and it's very current. And I enjoyed being here with him.
And I want to say thank you to the people who on Facebook, who actually themselves contributed during the period of the discussion with Denzel. Quite a number of people sent their congratulations to Denzel. And I really want to say to these people, thank you very much, and to all of the other people who looked. Yes, I've always said Dominica is promising.
Well, one of the things that I find is that, Dominicans are very intelligent people. Wherever they go, they excel at universities, in the field of work. I always find that about us as a small island state. And one of the things I want us to do is to believe in ourselves. One of the things, in terms of our culture, it is important to share information, to work together as a team, because it's only by working as a team. In other words, when a team that plays together wins together. And if you're playing against each other, then you cannot win anything. You have to stay focused. Now, what does that mean? When you stay focused, you commit yourself to a goal. Well, your goal, your objectives, your vision, your mission. It doesn't matter where you come from. Once you have a clear goal and you define your goals and your focus, you know where you would like to be at a particular point in time. Now, to achieve that, it requires you to work hard. Nothing in life comes easy, Cecil. You have to stay focused. And as he spoke, I remember listening to Mr. Skerritt, Prime Minister Skerritt. And when he said, well, look, you know what? I was out there at Mississippi State University, but I had to wash dishes. I had to mop the floor. Very often people go to universities and, they don't get a full scholarship, or maybe they do not get a scholarship and their parents support them. And they have to do certain things to be able to pay their way at university. And working on the job and studying is not an easy thing, Cecil. You have to be focused, And not only that, you sometimes you have to do jobs that you would not do here in Dominica just to acquire the necessary
especially
financing.
if you have to go to classes from 8 and maybe having to leave classes at 4, almost like a work day. And then having to start a work process from 5 in the afternoon to about maybe 10 in the evening. Mm-hmm. And just imagine you have to do that 4 or 5 times in the week just to ensure, if you realize his dad said that sometimes when he says to Denzel, I'm going to send you some money, Denzel would say, no, Dad, you don't need to send me any money because I'm doing some jobs that can help in the process.
Help his father.
it speaks volume. And not only that, what I appreciate of the young man is that, and his father, is that they were able to find themselves going to the aid bank to make requests of the assistance, or not assistance, but to make available to them, get the bank make available to them monies that would help his son to further his education. I'm sure today that the bank manager, Mrs. Mary Teresa Johnson, I'm sure today she's proud of her bank taking the decision to give Denzel that money to go out there and study. I am sure that the loan officer who sat with his father and Denzel to place that confidence in them and to give Denzel that whatever amount of money to go out there, hearing him tonight, they must be proud of him. And I think that is what I meant earlier on when I said that we must give people the opportunity, give people the chance. And that is why when you listen to the Honorable Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of Dominica and the chances that he has decided to gamble in his own people, not just for academic purposes. Let's look at Baron Scotland.
Baron Scotland.
Right. Let's look at her. Let's look at what Clarissa Etienne was able to do. Let's look at what our guy Larocque was able to do at CARICOM. The point I'm making is,
and not only that, we have another one who is Cleopatra Henry.
Yes,
I can't remember her.
She's Dominican. She's Dr. Cleopatra Henry, and the sister of Dr. Valder Henry.
Yeah,
you know, and so when these people are given the opportunity, yes, to serve not just Dominica alone, but to serve the region and the international world, it speaks volume of the opportunity being given to some people, and we sometimes as a country don't play those things and try to make it political. But let's look at the contribution that Dr. Clarissa Etienne did and made. She did not just do it for Dominica. No. She did it for the world, and she was the head of the organization at the most critical time. 100 years ago, the medical health system of the world found themselves in a situation like this, but this was not worse. Clarissa Etienne was at the helm. Let's look at this thing, and we downplay this. And when Roosevelt Skerrit decided as Prime Minister to make his proposal and place the name of Clarissa Etienne, we heard what Dominicans, a few Dominicans had a particular attitude about how competent. This is an international stage. That's what they were saying. But look at how well she controlled
and managed.
Not control is the wrong word. How she was able to manage the international stage.
Yeah.
You know, and was given that respect. So when I born and when you born, it's not about you born in America and you born in Canada and you born in Japan or you born. We all were created in the image and likeness of God with eyes, nose, mouth, ears, hands, legs, private parts. But you know what? God has given us talents and ability.
Yeah, let's use them.
And let's use them
for the benefit. But what I found, Cecil, is that attitudes are very important. When you're given an island scholarship or government scholarship, or and your parents pay for you one way or the other, you must make the sacrifice. If you get a scholarship, you must recognize that as an honor. I got something that other persons will not get. And you must dedicate yourself to your studies. You have to learn to be patient wherever you are, sometimes things don't come on time. And then you have to dedicate yourself to stay focused. Because that's the important thing. Because when I was at university, one of the things that I didn't want to do was to come back to Dominica knowing that I failed. You know, the pressure was always on me. Because you see, when you have a government scholarship, for the government to continue paying for you, you must pass every year, you know.
It should not only be just if the government has given you a scholarship. Whoever has placed the confidence in you, be it the bank, be it your parent, be it your cousin, be it your family, be it the government, the focus should always be to achieve, to succeed. You know?
Whatever they send you to do, you have to stick to your guns.
So to stick to your guns, I will say, like Elvis said, focus.
And the reason why I said that, you have some people who go to universities and they never tend to remember the sacrifices that the population make for them. They complain all the time. They're complaining all the time. And one of the things that we have to learn to do is to begin to appreciate whatever you're receiving and say thanks. Because sometimes it is worse for somebody else. And that gratitude, we must be able to display it. Let us be grateful for whatever it is that we receive.
Let's see what that person has to say. Good evening to you, caller, your life.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening.
I'm listening and I cannot wait for something to happen. You know, really can't wait for something to happen. My question is, where is the private sector in all of this? In all of that political confusion, what is the private sector, one of the leading organizations in Dominica who contributes, I believe, the most and the highest to the public's purse? What is the private sector saying?
I would not agree. Caller, I would not agree with you that you made maybe a slip of the tongue when you talk about political confusion. I don't think there is political confusion. There is differences. No, there are differences. No.
I'm very well aware of it.
I'm telling you, caller, I am not aware of. Do you know the meaning of confusion?
Yes.
Do you know the meaning of confusion?
Yes.
I am saying to you,
and a sister does not agree in the same house. It is confusion.
No, not necessarily. There's levels of confusion. There is level of confusion. There's confusion that you caller.
When you're using the resources of the state, the tax that you and I pay to the treasury, and using it for your own selfish political motive, that is in fact the disregard for the country and the citizenship.
I'm saying to you, caller, you're gone?
Yeah, let's make some comments on that.
The caller has it all wrong. To even indicate to me that if yourself and your brother are having a problem, you consider it as confusion. You may have a he said if your brother and yourself are having a problem, it is confusion. Mm-hmm. I'm saying it is not confusion. Confusion is when you escalate the situation, when you cannot manage the situation. So if two brothers are having a problem and it is manageable from within where they are, it is, and the public doesn't know, the other siblings of the family do not know of the confusion. How do you consider this as confusion?
No, but he's making a point in terms, and I guess he's going towards the educational aspects of it. Here it is, that when I went to the sixth form college, which we call the Clifton Dupini College now, there were only 51 of us. And we operated from the School for the Deaf and the Dumb, which is at the back of the University of the West Indies. Today I journeyed to the Clifton Dupini College and I saw the size of the edifice or the building, where hundreds of students now have the opportunity to access higher education.
It's called a Dominica State College.
Right, higher education. So when I hear the caller saying that, I said to myself, doesn't he know that only about 0.5% of the students who went to high school access tertiary education or even university education.
And I wanted to also even guide the caller, because he's asking the question, where is the private sector in all of this? The private sector plays its role, and we know that its role is, one of them is, we would be aware, is to create employment among the citizenry in Dominica. And if we need to call business places, which I don't like to always do, when we look at the various business places, who's operating them? Not Stones. They are managers.
They are managers.
They are floor managers, or floor supervisors.
Different supervisors.
They are cashiers.
Yes.
They are persons who are assisting you to purchase your items. And there are persons in the warehouse and in the hardware. There are persons. Just name it. So it's not a fair assessment to because when the businessman goes and take a loan at the bank, whichever bank that he goes to take a loan, he has to service the loan so that loan can help in getting other people to take that same loan that he took, to maybe to build a house in this case, or to buy a motor vehicle in the other case, or to maybe do a business like himself. So it's not a fair assessment by the caller to talk about confusion. And that's why I asked the caller, do you own, and I ensure that I give the caller the opportunity to say all what he has to say. So it is, and that is why sometimes I really get disgusted by people seeing red and they think they are seeing blue, or people seeing orange and they think it's yellow that they are seeing.
Right.
It is not a fair assessment.
It's not a fair assessment at all, because here it is. I hear people saying, but where the business is? I hear people saying that. But yet I'm seeing business expanding. Let's say, for instance, the pharmaceutical companies, they have expanded. I've seen that. Yes. Let us look at some of the supermarkets.
No. Let's don't just go to the supermarkets. We know about 25 years, 26 years, 27 years ago, we had a very small Jolly pharmacy. We had Green's dispensary. Who else we had?
Well, we had Patrick Charles.
We had Patrick Charles. Who else we had?
Yeah, but these were the two I knew. Patrick Charles, right there.
And Greens.
And Greens.
Right, and then later on, Jolly came
into the picture.
Right. Today, we have Bullseye Pharmacy.
Yeah.
We have
Jollies.
And not just having Jollies, we have outlets of Jollies.
Yeah.
We have 2 in Roseau, 1 in Portsmouth.
1 in Fonkole.
And one in Fonkole.
Yeah.
So there are and now there is a mega pharmacy like that of, we can see, the United States of America. Good evening to you, caller. Good evening to you, caller. Sorry, you have to call back.
So
it's not a fair assessment. And we're just talking about the pharmacy. We have Bullseye Pharmacy.
Yes.
Bullseye Pharmacy, I know, is in Portsmouth and is in Roseau. I'm not so sure if they have an outlet in Granby. I can't say what I don't know.
Yeah,
but then we have Dan Pharmacy in Massac.
Yes.
We have another one.
We have Sevre
on Hillsborough Street.
Yeah.
So you have several more pharmacies on island to give service.
We have one in Granby.
We have one, right?
We have this
Reka. So we're talking about just the pharmacy,
right?
All right, pharmaceuticals. We just dealing with that matter.
Well, let me send something out to the other person. When we look at the health centers we have in Dominica, we can see many more than we normally had, in terms of when we talk about the districts.
And we should also say, sorry, I'm sorry to cut you off, but we should also say that Jolly is now building another big mega in Portsmouth.
Yeah, I saw it.
I
saw it. It's there. So Cecil, I find when I just hear people speaking loosely, I sometimes ask myself, why are they so not correct about what they're saying? They're just being emotional. It's a difference between emotion and reality, When you're emotional, for instance, when I look at the economic situation around the world, especially in Europe now, with the war between Russia and Ukraine, and the kind of economic fallout that's happening on even in the United States. And we're able to sustain the jobs that we have, especially in the public and private sector. We must say thank you.
But let's just look at the private sector. Look at right now. We have Best Buy, we have S-Mart, we have this one on the Bayfront.
Yes, that's the other one. What's that guy name?
So it's S-Mart, Best Buy, and Fresh Market, and
yeah.
Fresh Market,
right?
And they are mega supermarkets.
And we have the Do It Center. We have Egbert Charles.
Egbert Charles has been there for many years.
Yes, but
so I'm not talking about what we would have had. I'm talking about what we have seen.
And there's
the most recent.
We have a new guy down there in Lakou, bringing in lumber. Lincoln. Down in the Lakou Valley there.
We saw Max Roy also.
Max Roy.
we have
the other guy inside Maximum.
So it's not a fair assessment when people and again we tend to look at this thing from an emotional point of view. And not looking at what is the reality. And the reality is, as we would say, if you have to look at business, all right, like everything else in the world, we are seeing challenges in various markets of the world.
Right.
But we want to say thank God that even if we have our challenges, we have seen with a very small population, when we talk about economic of scale, with a very small population, if we had 100,000 people, would you imagine what would have happened in Dominica?
Mm-hmm. But Cecil, I heard a guy, and he was a bit bitter when he spoke to me. And I said to him, never before have we seen the construction of so many homes. And he was pointing to a particular home, and I said to him, what is he talking about? He was missing the bigger picture, because there are a number of homes, and I'm sure over 1,000 homes have been built.
You mean under the government?
Yes.
Over 1,000, yeah, you're right. Over 1,700 homes have been built.
But I'm sure. You said
over 1,000. I'm telling you, over 1,700 have been built.
But it's a lot of homes, my brother. That's a lot of houses that have been built
with 2, 3, and 4 bedrooms.
And not only that, a number of people have been given homes in the Lakou, and they like to talk about we diverting from the Lakou. Back in the Lakou, a number of persons, let me tell you where, in Gota, Tarish Pit, Yampis, Fonkoli, they were given land at $1 square foot.
And Fonkoli, and that's important. And
that caller who got angry with us, talking, go to Tarish Pit, Yampis, Gota, the people are in charge of their land.
And that is important to note. I'll tell you why I think it's very important to note. You empower people. You give people the opportunity to have confidence in themselves.
Thank you.
And you give them the opportunity to go to the banks. Because once upon a time, and I'm saying this, and we normally
don't
say,
get emotional.
I get in fouisson.
Get emotional.
Just about to say it. That when you and I grew up, there were categories, stratas. There were layers of society.
Stratified, yes.
So we would call the society a bourgeois society. We have this one over there, bourgeois. We say Centre Roma people, we call them bourgeois. People in Mondania, we call them bourgeois. That's what it was when we both grew up. Today, when we look at the real Dominica, there's no strata. Yes, there is people who have economically, or I could say they are more blessed economically than others. But when you look at the nature of housing, the nature of drainage, the nature of infrastructure, the nature of the fact that today in Dominica, never in the history of Dominica, that you would have seen 2 and 3 vehicles in front of a person with just about 4 people in their home.
But let me give you a joke.
Before you give me the joke, someone's on the telephone. Let's hear what you have to say. Good evening to you, caller.
Good evening.
Yes, good evening.
Good evening.
It's Elvis again.
Yes, Elvis.
Hey, Elvis, boy, you can. We have to invite you here. You next is one of those good days. You got to come here. You tried run away from us. Go ahead,
Let me
Elvis.
tell you, my observation is that the government give a lot of children scholarship and they're not appreciating it. I mean, if the government give you a scholarship, unless the money is slow in coming, the parents have to make a sacrifice too. And to help, that is my view. You know, when you teach your children to be self-motivated to achieve, my first daughter, just like Denzel, she took a loan to go to UA. You know, while she was teaching, she took a loan to go to UA. She did a course. Today, age 30, she's a principal of a school. So if you teach your children and you care for them and you're supporting them, they'll succeed. You know, you there?
Oh, we're listening.
Yes, we're listening.
We're listening to you, man. You're on the floor, you know.
So then, you know, it's after when the government see how she working and what she doing, how she pushing herself, they give her a little help, you know. But she started pushing herself and working, pushing herself. And when she doesn't have, she come and say, Daddy, I don't have this now, I have that to pay, I have that to pay. I say, okay, I'll give you that, I'll give you that. I'll do that for you. So we as parents, we have to be there for our children and to push them and to guide them and to help them to succeed. We cannot just wait on the government to do everything for us, you know. So even when Denzel said he was going and study, he said, Daddy, I'm not going in a popular state because I want to remain focused. I don't want to get I don't want to get distracted. Mm-hmm. You know? So everything about life is how you grow your children and how you set them up for life will depend whether they're going to succeed or fail. But you must be, as a parent, the prime example of what you want your children to be. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank
you. Nice word.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's important that our children themselves, you know, see what us as parents do. Many times, parents themselves have their own struggles, and with their struggles, they will take the little that they have and to really help children. Sometimes children don't see it, because many times children tend to think that parents always have and parents must always give, but they may not really understand the struggles that parents may have to give each and every one of them maybe the equal of the pie. But coming back to how we raised and how we grew
in the Lakou housing.
In the Lakou
housing. No toilets, man.
We're talking about
no
toilets, no lights, no running water.
No running water.
We had to find ourselves going to the river
to bathe.
Today.
To wash.
Today. I know. I know people now with hot water at their home. Right now, you can make a survey around just Roseau, and to see air conditions.
I'm telling you, when last you saw a woman washing clothes in
by
the
river?
I
don't know when last.
And showing her clothes.
Yeah, I don't know when
and
last.
Wringing her clothes in the Roseau. I'm getting hot here now.
Somebody's on the line. Good evening to you, caller.
Yes, sir.
Yes, good evening to you.
It all comes back to the difference between being intelligent and being educated. Okay? So here we have some educated people on the radio and in the media articulating that, like the gentleman that just called a while ago, say that the government is using the resources of the state for their own personal gain. The government builds houses. Who benefits from the houses?
People.
Humans, yeah, people.
Right. No, okay, so the mother in the house, maybe a single mother, may not even get the full benefit of that intervention. The kids now, because of the comfort that they live in, are able to get a better education, focus on their education, better quality of life, grow up to be better human beings.
Environment is better.
So
Environment is better.
that's right. The same people again articulating on the radio, who's the government building all the hotels for? Well, the government articulated a vision of diversifying the economy. Okay? So we want to move away from the bananas. Like the wind last week, how many banana trees fell? Where do you would be the economy right now? You understand? Let us diversify into different sectors, create more opportunity for different people, and be a little more resilient. Even if tourism is affected by a hurricane, it will bounce back faster than 9 months for bananas. You understand? So again, the government has a better vision. They might not be as educated, even if there are a lot of them who are, but they are able to have a vision for the country and have the ability to execute on that vision. Who would you feel more comfortable leading your country? The guy who says that the apartment buildings are roach infected? The concrete have roaches in it? Or the guy who builds the houses and gives it to the people to improve their quality of life and raise the economy from the ground up, not trickle-down economics? That's my point.
Thank you very much. The point is that when people look at development, especially in small island states, right, it's very important to empower people. And how do you empower people? By providing them with good health care. If your population gets sick, it means that your workforce is affected. You cannot work.
Let's go back a little bit to 18th of September 2017. You know, the world had a fear about Dominica after Hurricane Maria, based on the devastation that they saw, that Dominica would have had.
When Maria destroyed Dominica.
Yeah, the world had a concern about our health, whether or not we were going to have people sick. And did we see that?
No. First of all, let us examine two things that happened to us in recent times. And as educators, we have to put it out there. Almost 200% of your GDP was destroyed during Hurricane Maria. The experts told us it would take us almost 20 to 25 years to recover. We are now in 2023, 6 years later. Look at us. Look at us in terms of our economy. Then we get confronted with another frightening thing, even worse than Hurricane Maria, COVID-19. And the projections by some of the persons, quite a number of persons would die. Because quite a number of persons would die.
I remember one person said that Dominica would have about 2,000 deaths. Remember that person?
Not 2,000.
I remember the person said the very first statement.
Almost 20,000.
Yeah,
almost 20,000 would be affected.
Yes.
You know, because the person felt that if the first world countries were suffering like that, England, France, Germany, United States, all this, Russia, China, all these first world economies were being hit by COVID, and we are a small island state, and we're able to mitigate against COVID-19. And we take it for granted. We're taking it for granted. And during that time of the pandemic, nobody was sent home from the government service. We sometimes we stay in our little ivory tower, in our little world, and we just imagine things.
Yes, because as I saying to you, Brain, that some persons thought that an epidemic was going to hit in Dominica, because here it is. Everybody, 95% of homes were destroyed. The place was upside down. The place was really, for some persons, they would not want to even remain and stay in the country. And they thought that an epidemic was going to hit Dominica. It never has. To this present day that we speak, I want to say thank God for that. But what did we see? As you rightly said, we bounced back. our economy was able to come back on surface. Yes, we got the World Bank and a few other organizations to come on board to help us with our economy. But thanks God that the government had that foresight to place money aside through its economic by citizenship program that would have helped, not knowing what was going to come, that was able to help to bounce back. We remember Erica, what happened in Erica, and when Erica came, we saw the entire community of Petit-Savan. The entire community of Petit-Savan was relocated. The entire community. And the government got the necessary monies through the Economic by Citizenship Program to build those houses. Over 300 houses were being built.
But then again, let's link it up. These are not ordinary homes. These are resilient homes. And during that threat of Brett, the people remain in their homes.
But not just in Belleville-Chopin. We know that yes, government has built some brilliant shelters, regional shelters,
yes,
in Lakou, in Cassibruce, in
St. Joseph area, in Jimmy.
So Lakou, Jimmy,
Yes, let me tell you what happened. When I was listening to the reports of the number of persons that were going to be in the shelter at Jimmeet, did you hear the numbers?
The number was 550 to be present, but just about 15 or 20 persons were there.
So where were they?
So which means that these people had confidence in the assistance,
in the structure,
and not just that, the government at the time, and that's what's important. The government at the time was able to give assistance to many people. The government, the physical planning through the government's policy, was able to tell people the kind of homes that must be built to be resilient. But yet still, we have seen, thanks to the vision of the government, build this free regional shelters
yeah,
to really help in further protecting people,
the population.
When you look at the wellness centers, they all are very much resilient
themselves.
You know what I'm saying? When you look at the China Friendship Hospital, Dominica China Friendship Hospital,
it's resilient.
It's very resilient. So right now, when we heard of the Honorable Prime Minister talking about resilience, he was not talking about just resilience in just building of homes. He was talking about resilience in every true word.
All the structures.
In infrastructure, in agriculture, in tourism, in housing. Just go. In health, just go along. In every aspect of resilience, that the central government was able to identify what it had to do to really get people to be safe.
And I was so happy that during the Brett, that you notice the type of operation in terms of moving people away from waterways. And the population for the very first time, and I may be very wrong, seem to have obeyed most of the instructions that they receive in terms of moving away from waterways. And, so that it would mitigate against the loss of life. So more and more persons are paying attention to the weather reports, and they're taking action to mitigate against the loss of life. You have a
and that is important, Brain. That let us not, because we may think that we are not sympathetic to the government, that we should not be able to look as to what is actually transpiring in Dominica. Because at the end of the day, as I tell people, that whatever was built in the past, people don't even remember who built them. Let's look at Barbados. The international airport was built. How many people really remember who built the international airport in Barbados? In Trinidad, anybody who remember who built the international? In Jamaica? That's for
Antigua.
people that is not what they are looking for. The infrastructure is there.
Yes.
The infrastructure is there. And by virtue of the fact that the infrastructure is there, people For instance, roads, people will traverse on the roads to hospitals. People will use the hospital. And as I'm saying about the hospital, I think it's important that it's not the first time I'm saying that, but I had a friend at the hospital and he left yesterday. And the friend was very elated of the kind of service that he received from the nurses. Ordinary guy, and the kind of treatment that was given from the nurses. Too long, I think that we are just looking at the wrong things when we get to the hospital. We sometimes we tend to look for trouble for persons to give us an answer. You know what I'm saying? If there's a better way to say it, we tend to put things in such a way that somebody must respond to us. Right. And so when I look at the work of the nurses, I really want to compliment the work that they're doing. When we look at where Dominica health system was many years ago, what we can pray God for is for the sustenance of the present health system, and that from that sustenance that we can grow. I also want to say to us as Dominicans that have faith in the system of our medical programs. For instance, I tell people, and I'm proud to say that I'm 60. Yes. And when I arrived at the age of 60, I decided that I wanted to find what my status is, because every year I make it my business to go and find out what my status is. So I do a number of
checks
of tests. So this year I decided to do everything on the paper. I'm 60. The government has made the promise to us that when you're 60, you will get the service free. And I didn't go and test this service. I knew that was happening. So I went at the age of 60. I was 60 on the 18th of February. The last day of February, I went. I was able to prove to them I'm 60. And no question asked. Everything was done for me. Free of charge. So which is everything. Good. So I'm saying to you that you need to go to the hospital, brain, and anybody that is 60 years of age, we need to go to the hospital and find out our status.
Right, find your status.
Go to the hospital.
I'll be going there myself.
Yeah, go to the hospital and find out your status.
I'm going to check.
And what is beautiful about this is these people feel proud to also serve you. And so I want to tell people that stop believing in some people's rumors. And
go there yourself.
And I went to the hospital and I was able to do a number of tests, and within 2 or 3 days of doing the tests,
you got your result.
My result was sent to my doctor, where I was able to go to my doctor who gave me my results.
Good.
And I'm telling us that I'm not crying foul on the private sector. No, the private sector has to survive. They create employment. They have situations where, but if you have the age 60. I'm not saying that if you have the age 60 and above, right, you have the service. If you below 60, you can.
But
you can use the private.
Once you're 60 and above,
yeah. And for people who may not be able to afford a test at $150 or $120, $75, you can go to the hospital because it is cheaper. I am not crying down any. Remember, I'm saying that. Yes. I'm not crying down any business place, any private lab. I'm not doing that. I'm not saying for people who are not able to afford, you can go to the hospital and get the same test that has been charged at $150, and
even more,
at $30, at $35, at $40. But you will have gone to a private place and maybe we got it for $150.
Yeah.
And I just want to say that I am not crying down. I'm asking the people who are able to afford, please still contribute. Because prior to I being 60, I was going to the private medical labs.
Yes.
I made it my duty. You know what I'm saying? And they will tell you.
But now you have reached the age that the facility or the services available to you are they Dominica China Friendship Hospital. You're making use of the facility.
And one of the things I want to say though to the hospital at the same time, that it is not fair to a person who comes to the hospital for a particular check, let's say an X-ray, all right, and to tell the client, come back 3 months later. It doesn't, for me, that does not cut it. It is not fair to a client, to a person who went to a private doctor or even went to the hospital because of a complaint that he or she has. And you're telling me that, oh, come back 3 months? I might be dead.
By that time.
By that time.
Proactive.
So I think we now need to be more proactive.
Right.
And that is why, at the same time, I'm happy that the private sector themselves make available to the public its services at an affordable rate. I don't know about affordable. It depends on who you are. All right? But I'm saying that it is important that if people go to the hospital for the services, so I mean, I've been to the hospital and I see a number of X-ray departments there in the new hospital. So there's not one X-ray.
Right.
There's not one X-ray. I have seen several. I have seen they have an echo department, where you ultrasound. There is the
HIFU.
The HIFU, yes. There's for what you call this the ECG. Yeah, you can
several of them.
You know, so I'm saying, and the nurses that are there. I mean, there's a nurse Francis. I hope I get your name right. There's a nurse Francis, Kalinago, Brave, who does a fantastic job. A fantastic job. Patient, speaks with you, gets you relax. I mean, and we have this service. And I'm saying that, Brain, just to tell us that let us not cry down
our facilities,
our own.
No, man.
Because it is the same Dominican that you have to go to at the hospital to see about you. And then they are human. And you have to understand that they are human. Right. And at the same thing, I want to say to the same human at the hospital who are nurses, that there are times that when you see people, and that's what can get people annoyed, you see people coming to you outpatient, it is always good and courteous to go out and to tell people that, you know what, we are running late because of A, B, C, D, F, G.
Apologize.
And we need to have that kind of courtesy. So forget about the fact that you have a monopoly.
Yes. Human relations.
Have a better human relation.
Behavior.
And so some people will go through that experience and will then say that a greater number of people in the hospital are not nice, but it might just be less than 1%.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So I'm saying to these people, these nurses who are given the care to take care of me and other people, that when you are given that opportunity, it is always good to relate. It's good to speak. You know what I'm saying? Yesterday I went to Emory Ward and I was amazed at the kind of service that the nurses actually giving, the kind of conversation that they're having, and to make the patient so relaxed. I mean, it's I was there yesterday and nobody. I mean, there was a young lady from St. Joseph. I mean, she's a John Charles. I can call her name.
Yes.
Amazing.
Well, Cecil, there has to be kudos given to the new person who is at the helm now. I think it's a St. Lucian.
Yes.
I find she is very effective in whatever she's saying and doing. I've heard a lot of good reports about that new individual. She seemed to have a great knowledge of her work, and her relationships with her staff seem to be something that needs to be emulated. She has brought a new kind of culture within the hospital, and I hope that that continues. Cecil, because of time as well, we want to fast track. And I want to go on to this one quickly. The report.
Oh yes, I didn't forget. I just didn't have I don't have a copy
But
yet. I'll be getting a copy in the week coming.
Yeah, but we can make some comments briefly on the report. So Dennis Byron report is now in the country.
And you as I laugh.
And I was amazed at some of the reactions that I heard. Because one would think that you've been asking for something for a very long time. And the impression that one got was that it was being delayed and apparently would never come.
Yeah.
Cecil, the report is here. Did you hear the reaction?
No, it's not here. I don't want you to say it's here. The report is in their hands.
In everybody's hands.
Right.
I like that, to be more specific.
I don't use the word it's here.
Have you been
Because it could be here and no one has seen
everybody has the report.
It has it. It's in their hands.
The pastors have it.
It's in their hands.
Have you heard any reactions? What are your feelings? What are you hearing?
Well, it's good that the Honorable Prime Minister, when the report was given, that he gave every personnel an opportunity to go to the constituent and to discuss the report. So I don't want to jump and to say what they may never say. But I've heard from some circles that the report is what Roosevelt Skerrit say to put in the report. I've heard some. I was in a discussion.
I heard that
most recently, like Friday evening.
Right. I heard that too.
And when I heard that, I did not want to engage myself in discussion, so I left because I don't want to be in part and parcel of ignorance. And so the only thing I said to the person, get yourself a copy and read. I don't want to find myself having to argue things that make no sense, that bears no value. Because the same set of people a few months ago was saying that Byron, remember it was last year, November, as a matter of fact.
Yes.
They said that Byron gave Skerrit the copy and he refused to give, and instead he called an election. Do you remember that popular talk?
I remember that.
Right. And there isn't any much of a difference in what their thinking is, because it's about shifting the goalposts. And for us as a people, for us to develop, we must be able to analyze things in a more objective way. And that's why I tell people, where I sit, I should be able to analyze the things that are before me. Wrong is wrong, right is right. If I am not so sure of what people say, I prefer not make a comment.
Yeah, okay, but it's good.
I prefer not make a comment. But once I have the facts, I will make my comment. It may not be in favor maybe of the side that I support, but I will give my view, which is important.
Which is important.
There
has to be discussion.
There must be discussion.
And views.
And so, before the report was given, I didn't see the need to even talk about the report, because Byron was given a job to do, and I expect him, from the job that is given as an expert, as a learning man, that he would give us his expert views. And now, I know I'll be receiving it in a few days. Once I get my copy, I'll be making time for that copy and to make myself more knowledgeable on the issues in which he brought forward. And even if he brings some things in forward, there are some things that maybe when I read, I might not be in favor of, like everybody else. There might be things that I am in favor of, and there might be things that I figure, why didn't you expound? Yes, but I'm not going to yet talk about a report that I have not read.
Right, very important.
You know, and that is what some people do. Some people wait on others to build and to make their views for them, so that they can come into discussion. And when you ask the hard questions, they tend to say, but you're labor rights. That's not what it's supposed to be.
I would think that is a very good exercise that Sir Dennis Byron was engaged in, and all parties have to present their findings. All parties. The impression that one gets is that one particular entity must have dominance over what happens to the report. That is why the DAIC was given a copy, the Public Service Union was given a copy, the church was given a copy, and
not the church. The organizations of the church.
The organization of the church.
So there was more than one. Was more than one church, or more than one organization. So I don't also just say the church.
Organization, then.
Right.
So their role now is to look at the report.
No, and the political organizations.
Well, all the
so the Labour Party has gotten one. The opposition leader has gotten one.
Right.
The United Workers Party has gotten one. Mm-hmm. The Freedom Party has gotten one. So all of the political organizations.
What about the independent candidates?
Well, the opposition leader received one.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. So the opposition leader receives one. All right. What about the Freedom Party? Got one?
Freedom Party got one.
What about Alex Bruno Party?
Alex Bruno Party got one.
What about the sexy girls? Did they get one?
Who's the sexy girls?
The girl, the Blanchard girl with her party.
Well, I did not know. I didn't hear.
All right. But yeah. So in other words, what we are saying that all the organization that matters got a copy.
Yes.
And therefore, one expects there to be fight. No, there'll be discussions around the country on that.
As a matter of fact, our good friend Matt Pelter received a copy.
Did he?
Carly John Baptist got a copy. Gavin Richard received a copy on behalf of the Media Association.
Okay.
Curtis Mafia, I think, got a copy.
So Matt Pelter got a copy representing who? GIS?
No, remember he's part of a radio station.
Q95.
So, right, yes.
Oh, so okay. So one expects that they will give their comment. Is the comment supposed to be made in a town hall meeting, or are they supposed to write the comments and send them in?
No, well, they will meet the constituents. Whoever will meet the constituents, and they would make the recommendation to the commission. Let's hope that happens.
All right. So in other words, all the halabubu about the report is over now. It's just for people to read the reports and make their comments, and for there to be common understanding as to the way forward. But does the government reserve the right to accept the recommendation or not accept the recommendation?
Well, remember that it goes to the commissions, not the government. So we must divorce the government from that of the commission.
All right.
Because the government has no influence over the commission. What the government does, it's put it through the Ministry of Finance. It makes available finance to the commission.
Okay, good. So I just want us, so more and more, we'll hear more about the report as the weeks go by, and we'll be able to hear the different views expressed about the report. So I'm looking forward to getting my report. I would like to study it myself to see what is in it, and to make available to myself what may happen or may not happen. So I'm keeping are you optimistic?
About what?
About the report. Will everybody accept it? What are your views?
Well, it's not about optimism. That's not what it is to me. Yes, I agree that we would need not a reform. I don't think we need a reform. We need modernization. That's all. And there are a few things that is required to be changed in the modernization.
Okay.
You may see certain things that will be placed maybe in the report to deal with the issue of modernization. But when you're talking about reform, I am not so sure. Because you see, people don't understand that reform is a more how would I use it? How would I say it? When we talk about reform, it looks like as if it's a total upside down change. You know, I'm looking at a modernization of a number of things. But there are still some things that are very valid and important in our election process.
I agree with you.
But there are a few things that need to be modernized.
All right.
You know.
So I'm very happy to see that we have come to the end of the road in terms of the report, the final report being given, and that we're looking forward now to the comments to be made and to hear what's happening. Cecil, before I leave, very interesting times though in the world affairs.
Yes.
Have you been following the news
about Russia?
Have you been seeing what is happening
about Russia?
About Russia? Have
Do you believe that? Is it just a Western propaganda or is it a fact?
Well, I need to spend a little more time. Is it something that could be stage managed? Was it real? Was it something that we need to look at more closely?
I have decided that this week I'm going to look at that issue more thoroughly. I'm going to both read more international documentation because I think we are in the Caribbean. We are very much Western. So we take a lot of the Western information. So when you first hear the news, you first saw the news, it came from CNN.
Right.
And I am not questioning the ability of what CNN brings to you.
Because there's a lot of misinformation in the war. I heard one guy told me, calling me whilst I was on the radio here and telling me, oh, don't I know that Putin took a plane and flew out of Russia? And then I said to myself, but that's rather strange because I remember when Putin was in East Germany as head of the KGB in Eastern Europe, he was the last person to leave.
Yes.
And now that his troops are under, a threat of a coup d'etat, why would he want to leave Russia?
Yeah, I don't understand that.
I found it rather strange. But as you said, it would be very interesting, Cecil, for us to follow the world events, look at the different reports coming out from the different news agencies, and do our own analysis, because there'll be a lot of reports coming out from that event, and we need to pay attention to
oh yes, we need to pay attention to this because we are hearing all kind of things, and I'm not saying that what the Western media is saying is not true, but I just need to go deeper into the analysis of this.
And I agree with you.
Because I remember the days when people used to talk about Cuba and what Cuba was like and what Cuba wasn't. And when I went to Cuba myself, I saw a totally different thing.
And you were there recently.
And I was there most recently. So
how is it in Cuba, by the way?
I must say, economically, it's tough. Quite honest, it's really tough economically. That again is because of the embargo that is placed on the United States. And my disappointment is the present president of the United States, because he was the vice president of Obama, and they had started the process of creating that more liberal agenda for Cuba by removing the embargo in a slow process. And what we saw was people could fly into Cuba, the cruise ship could come into Cuba, and a number of trading matters was happening in Cuba and the United States.
Has it reversed that?
And since then came a change of government with Donald Trump.
Yeah.
And all of that has been reversed. And we have not yet seen Joe Biden, President of the United States, sat with the President of the Republic of Cuba, or to even sit with Congress and to have discussion with Congress and to see what is the next step for Cuba.
Interesting.
And so it's amazing how those things work out. And but if Cuba is given the opportunity by the United States, I can see Cuba evolving, because right now as we speak, when I was there, $1 US you would receive, I think, 188 of the Cuban pesos.
Wow.
188. So it tells you that recession is on the rise.
Right.
And things are things are very expensive.
Okay.
Even the people that are employed in Cuba, doctors, and so their salaries need to be looked at, and that is because of the embargo. Things are so tough that it's not possible that all of those things. So I can tell you, while I was in Cuba, there's a serious oil crisis in Cuba, serious oil crisis on a daily basis, and that prevents the whole movement of the Cuban people, and so I think we in the Caribbean, we may not have a loud mouthpiece, but we must remind the President of the United States at the next UN meeting that they talk about that they are the vanguards of democracy, but we must be able to tell him that I don't think that you're the vanguard of democracy. Why? Because it's only yourself and Israel who do not vote for
lifting
Cuba or lifting the embargo. So all over 150 countries have agreed upon it. And how so that the United States can keep that embargo on Russia, on Cuba, even when the United Nations says no, and that's an ugly sight for me.
Right, yeah.
Even when we look at Israel themselves, the things that Israel would do to Palestine, and the United States would support. So they're both good alliance.
Right.
We have seen even Canada, who has not voted with the United States for many years in lifting the embargo. They still have to fly from Canada to, I think, Panama. But what is good, though, I must admit, is I'm still seeing Delta Airline, American Airline, JetBlue landing in
Cuba.
In Cuba.
That's good.
I saw that with my eyes. So there is movement of people. I'm seeing more Cubans are moving. Actually, I see quite a lot of them moving to the Caribbean, and a lot of them are moving to the Caribbean, to the eastern part of the Caribbean, but quite a lot also is moving into the western part of the Caribbean. So some people go to Guatemala, Nicaragua. A lot of this Spanish. So there's movements in those areas. So I think what has to happen is the rest of the world needs to make Joe Biden be aware of the situation in Cuba. I think he needs to take a trip himself, that's Joe Biden, and to have conversation. Because if they thought that Fidel Castro, that's what their belief was, if they thought that Fidel Castro was anti-America, well, now that you have a new president, go there
and speak with
them, because the young people themselves, you're seeing the changes among young people. You're seeing the liberalization of young people inside of Cuba. So yes, the revolution is still alive, but you can still see a lot of free movement. People still speak. People say what they have to say. So Cuba has found itself opening up its doors, and not just opening up its doors to the Caribbean, but open up its doors to its own people, even in a better way. And so I would really like the Joe Biden administration to look at Cuba in a more serious way.
But I noticed also that in Cuba now, at one time I thought I would never even hear about that. I noticed that there's a new move in terms of liberalization of the gay movement in Cuba. How is that?
But not only that, right now the government of Cuba has given the people of Cuba so much more liberty that they now can have their own businesses. So people can have their own shops, their own snackets, their own restaurants. Unlike before, the state actually owned
all properties.
Right now, and that's what the Western media is not telling you. All right. So yes, the outside of just the liberalization of gay, you have found that there are a greater movement of business, commerce among the ordinary Cubans. I still believe that there should still be some more areas that the government now needs to look into to really allow people to go into their own business. But I think it's a process. And I'm sure that it will happen, because you are seeing now more people are selling things at the roadside. You see people are now having their own restaurant. You see now people are selling their clothes.
That's good.
You know, and so
the more liberal,
more
open movement.
Yes. And there's a restaurant that I normally used to go to. It's very close to the a place that looks like the Capitol Hill in not look, it's the same size, same structure building. I think the United States took that structure from the Cubans under, I think, Batista. Yeah. So I went to this restaurant, and this restaurant is always filled with Cubans and visitors alike. You know, really having exchange of currency. It's really good. You know, what though I think in reference to the state-owned thing. So you can go on the market, and you'll get one US dollar for 188 Cuban pesos. But also if you go to the state-owned business, all right, so the hospitals and so on, because of the level of inflation, that you'll find that one US dollar would be equivalent to 24 Cuban dollar, which for me is very good business sense. Yeah. Very good business sense, you know. So it really helps the foreign dollar to accumulate into Cuba. Even the Canadian dollar has been used in Cuba. So I see that Cuba has always had great potential. Their health system is superb. Superb. What was amazing, you know, is that the kind of people that I see accessing the Cuban services, people from Bahamas, Haiti, I saw people from France, people from India, I saw people from Barbados, I saw people from Trinidad. I mean, it's amazing.
Coming to Cuba for health.
Coming to Cuba to get health treatment. Coming to Cuba to get being referred to Cuba for other progressive movements of people's health. So I think more pressure needs to be placed on the United States, especially now as we see that the first world are placing quite a lot of pressure on the United States. We see China, India, Russia, you know, South Africa.
With their Brexit.
As a matter of fact, right now the Brexit. We see the South Africans now have been part of the Brexit. Yeah, that's amazing.
Quite a number of countries.
So it's not just only Brazil, Russia, India, China. You know,
South Africa.
I
heard almost 180 countries.
No, well, there are 5 major countries.
Yeah,
there are 5 major countries.
Are they going to form their own currency?
But now South Africa is now coming on board, and they are now discussing their own currency. That is amazing. And why are they discussing the currency? Because the rich folks, Saudi Arabia.
How is Saudi Arabia? Are they part of that?
Saudi Arabia is part of Brexit. Remember, they are the oil money. They have the oil money. You check, so they are part of Brexit, and they are the ones now that are propelling the idea. I think is the king.
Right? I think. He's
very progressive.
Very progressive.
Very, very, very. Is it the king or the prince?
It's the prince.
The prince.
Yeah, the prince.
The young guy.
The young guy.
Very progressive, you know, in propelling that one currency and looking at the oil value now. He's looking at the oil value,
right,
to really help the Brexit to become a stronger body.
Would it rival the United States dollar in time?
What it's going to do, it's going to rival the union of the how you call them, of the seven, how do you call it, seven?
The G7.
The G7 is going to rival the G7. Already it has been rivaling the G7 because the G7, as we know, in Europe, they have the strongest economy. But now when you have Brazil, Russia, India, China, the Soviet Union, South Africa,
Saudi Arabia,
coming on board, these are giants of economies of the world, especially China now, what China has been doing. So the G7 is going to have a lot of pressure from that of the Brexit, and if that happens, especially the oil money, because what they want to do now, they want to do it in exchange with gold, not just the hard dollar, not just the hard currency. They want to do it with gold. So if they do this, if that happens, and is successful, the US dollar is going to be challenged very, very hard, because the gold, because when you look at the equivalent of the oil money to the gold, it's almost hand in hand, and the US dollar will be challenged, So
but I noticed now, quite recently, before we leave, that even now some of the countries in Europe are thinking of finding their own way into China now, because they don't always want to be the United States to be their masters. I noticed Germany. I just going through my mind there, and I realized I said Brexit. That's what I said. That. Yeah. What is the current?
No. It's supposed to be the BRICS. The BRICS. Sorry, the BRICS.
You're right.
As I'm talking to you, I just realized.
That's all right.
Yeah. So I just want
the BRICS.
The BRICS.
Not Brexit.
Yeah. Yeah. So the BRICS. So the Brexit is BREXIT, which is the British moved away from the European Union.
So it's BRICS.
So it's the BRICS. BRICS. So I just want to apologize. If I use the word, because we have been hearing so much about Brexit, so it just stuck in my head. So I really want to apologize.
The BRICS.
But yes. So the BRICS are really going to be the powerhouse. They're going to overtake the G7, because remember the G7 is Canada, United States, England, France,
Germany.
Yes, Germany is one,
and I forgot the other.
And there are two others. I'm trying to have a clear, but we can sense. I can tell you what we're going to see happening.
So is it going to be a new world order?
Definitely, there'll be a new world order. It's not maybe. There's going to be a new world order that would definitely change how
the dynamics
how we deal with trade, because we have seen from the Russian war. Right now, we have seen the war is now about a year going on 2 years. February give it 2 years. But what we can see is that in reference to the G7, they are going to be under so much pressure that they may have to put the United States.
I noticed now. Recently, the Prime Minister of Germany has journeyed on to China to discuss, because they themselves have to look at their own economic survival. Not all the time they're going to follow the whims and fancies of the United States.
Yeah.
They have their own economic situations to look at. And I know that Germany itself has been suffering some of the recession. Even the United States are having some difficulty as well with the economy. So it's going to be a very interesting times for us.
Yeah, so we know that Canada, France, Germany, Italy, Japan, the United States, and the United Kingdom, they make up the G7. Especially knowing, as I said to you earlier on, that in the G7, that the European belt in that G7 is the economic belt of the world, meaning that they really have a strong economy. Although we are now seeing, especially the euro, which France is using, Germany is using, Italy is using. We know that the United Kingdom is not using the euro; they're using the pounds. the Japanese have their yen.
Yen, yeah.
You know, so they have the ways of and means of putting together their structure for finance. The United States have the US dollar. It's like all of the other countries of the BRICS. So really, I think this kind of discussion is needed. We need this type of discussion because, as I said early on, with the young man, that Dominica should not be in isolation. We live in a global world, and we must come to understand and have proper discussion in terms of what is happening to the West versus what is happening in the East. What the East has, the West does not have. What the West has and the East does not have. We know that the especially the United States, in terms of oil, that they have a great reserve for hundreds of years. They have that. But I'm trying to wonder now if that reserve is of great value to them, because everybody now talking about renewable energy. That's another discussion for some other time. So yes, I am sure that when the BRICS are finished, especially now that we see South Africa, I wonder what message is that sending to the United Kingdom, who has a great relationship as an ally of South Africa. No, South Africa and the United Kingdom have a very good relationship. What is now been said now of the South Africans wanting to be part of BRICS? I wonder what has been said now of the Saudi Arabians. What has now been said about the Saudi Arabians, who themselves have a great relationship with the United States? What message is this?
But you see,
and these are some things I'm trying to search.
One of the things that which would be further discussion, and I hope people are following as well on the international circuit, one of the things that really gets South Africa very emotional is the role that they say that Russia played during the apartheid regime. So they always feel a certain level of sympathy to Russia because of the fact, and they have a radical fella there who always tend to speak, his name I cannot remember, as to their relationship with Russia and why Russia should not be part and parcel of this business to arrest Putin. So that is a discussion that people need to follow in terms of the new blocks that's trying to bring itself forward.
And I just go to Google and to find out some information, and Google is saying to me that the BRICS nations are gathering in South Africa in this August.
And what are they going to discuss? The new way forward?
Well, they said that the agenda will come out after.
But they're gathering in August.
They're gathering in August,
This year.
August of this year. Let me see that. Canada and the BRICS states. The BRICS states of the. I'm trying to get something there. But I'll get that another time.
Right, we'll look at it at another time.
Yeah.
Well, Cess, it was always a pleasure being here with you. I must thank you, Mr. Moranci, and Mr. Elvis Moranci and his lovely wife for endorsing us with that son of yours who gave us a great insight into the artificial intelligence, as it was,
yes,
and mechanical engineering. He told us. And, it was quite interesting to listen to him. I learned a lot, I must say. And Cecil, it was always a pleasure being with you as we delve into what is known as the electoral modernization. We cannot speak much about it now since we have not seen the report. We need to study it. And Cecil will be looking forward to more discussion because the Lakou needs to know. And people in the Lakou, when they're talking about the electoral modernization and the fact that the report is here now, that you must pay attention to the discussion on that. Don't allow your emotions to get involved. You need to read as well. And if you cannot read, you must listen to the discussions that's taking place around. Okay, I'm sure there are going to be several town hall meetings as well.
I just decided to look for something up on the BRICS. On the BRICS, sorry.
Yeah.
On the BRICS. It says that the potential impact of a new BRICS currency on the US dollar remains uncertain, and to hear that is really serious. With experts debating its potential to challenge the dollar's dominance. However, if a new BRICS currency was to establish against the dollar, it would weaken the power of the U.S. sanction, leading to a further decline in the dollar's value. Wow. That is serious. I can read it for you again one more time. The potential impact of a new BRICS currency, which we were just talking about, on the US dollar remains uncertain. So I suspect that's going to be a discussion they're going to be having in August. With experts debating its potential to challenge the dollar dominance. So you find that the Chinese, because I think the Chinese are now talking about how you call that coin, the Bitcoin now, to do business. We saw what happened in Russia with the product to sell to other countries in Europe and so on. So that gives them even more value. We saw the trade that the Indians made with Russia, with the Russian dollar. So we've seen that thing is very serious.
Very serious.
So it says that, however, if a new BRICS currency was to establish. Sorry, let me just say that again. However, if a new BRICS currency was to stable against the dollar, which also save the common all right, it would weaken the power of the U.S. sanction. So all the sanction here the U.S. talking about, I'm going to put against the Russian, I'm going to put against the Chinese, I'm going to put against, it would weaken them and then leading to a further decline in the dollar value. So so that is why I suspect it's not a mistake why the US now is trying to talk about bitcoins. Unlike before, the bitcoins was something
bad.
Now I'm hearing discussions on the issue of the bitcoin. And a good night.
A good night.
And thank you very much for the discussion. We will have further discussion on that sometime.
Yeah.
All the best, man.
Take care, my brother.
God bless you. And let's stay strong. Let's stay focused. Always, as we do what we have to do best for our beautiful country, Dominica. So that's why I say bye-bye to everybody. And thank you for staying on board with us at DBS Radio, the nation station. As I say bye-bye, I want to tell everybody, be strong, be focused, be focused, be focused. I'm saying bye-bye and across to BBC World Report.
That these women supported each other. And I do know that when and if women support each other, especially at difficult moments in their lives, the impact of that solidarity, the impact of that sisterhood goes beyond generations.
Min, your family moved to the US when you were 7, and your family went from being a middle-class family in South Korea to experiencing poverty and violence in America. What do you remember about that period of transition?
I think that, to be fair, even though we had a class dislocation, I felt very safe within my family unit. And I think that's probably why I'm a fairly stable human being. In my middle-class family in Korea, my father kept quitting jobs. So even though he was a white-collar, low-level executive at a cosmetics company or other marketing jobs, if he didn't like it, he would just up and quit. So my mother had this extraordinary pressure of keeping things going. And she did that by using her music major, and she became a piano teacher by accident. And because she was always busy either teaching students or taking care of the house and being married, my sisters and I guess, were trying to take care of ourselves. But it was fine. And then when we came to the United States, my mother and my father operated a newspaper stand for a year. And then afterwards, they operated a small, kind of like a stall store selling costume jewelry to peddlers. We, again, my sisters and I took care of ourselves, and we grow up very quickly. So when I think about America starting at age 7, I feel quite adult. And now that I'm 54 years old, I feel very young because I don't feel the same level of responsibilities as I did when I was a child.
What impact did that period of your life have on you?
I always identify with people who are outside, who are oppressed. I can't forget that for most of my life, the people that I love most, the people who love me most, weren't always included.
Elif, it's your mother who introduced you to writing when you were 8 years old. She gave you a little turquoise notebook. Was it just a simple gift, or was there more to her decision to give you that notebook?
Well, I think there was more to it in the sense that I was a very lonely child, I was an only child raised by a single working mom. And to be honest, I thought life was very boring. For me, Storyland was much more interesting, much more real. And I tried to go there as often as I could, and I wanted to stay there as long as I could. So from keeping a journal into short stories and then into novels, it was a short step in a way. For me too, whoever feels like the other, for whatever reason, immediately my heart goes out to them. I empathize with them. There's a part of me that understands how does it feel to be on the periphery, to be the other.
Min, can you relate to spending time in Storyland? Did you have an imaginary world that you found refuge in?
Oh, yeah. I think that Elif and I should have been friends when we were little girls. I think when I was growing up, and this is such a weird thing to say, but I really didn't talk. I didn't talk at all. And it troubled my family because I was so awkward and I really couldn't make friends. And I really started talking when I was in junior high school. So even though I had these sisters who were so verbal and so chatty and fun, I couldn't break through to regular people and to my own peers especially. I think adults were very compassionate and nice to me, but my peers were quite difficult. So I know that it's what you would call a learning issue now. And I think back then we didn't know that people had learning issues. They were just considered dumb or troubled or just odd. And I was that very odd child. So of course, because I was able to read both in Korean and in English later on, that was where I preferred to be because the world was ordered and safe and wise. When you have a great book and you feel the compassion, the ethics, and the wisdom of a writer, and then you also have the entertainment of stories, why in the world would you be in the real world? And I want to share that because I think we're losing that. I think we keep thinking that if we watch television or we watch films, that's enough. And I think I love television and films, but it's not the same. It's not the same level of engagement that your brain actively participates in the narrative of a book. And I think to miss that would be a terrible loss.
I mean, you wrote throughout college and you even won prizes for it. Did you ever consider making a career of it?
Oh, of course not. What nonsense. No.
Why, of course not?
No, I'm teasing. Well, because there was nobody like me. And I think that I wasn't wrong because even when I took it quite seriously and worked very hard, my work was rejected. People said that nobody was interested in this. And there were 11 years of me trying, just banging my head against the wall. And I wrote my books without agents. I wrote my books without contracts. So I wrote full manuscripts and submitted them, and they were rejected. And I wrote full manuscripts and I resubmitted them, and then they were eventually published. And then I developed my own readership. Very often when I meet people like me who want to be writers, I ask them quite seriously, how will you get health insurance in America? How will you provide shelter for yourself? Because chasing a dream requires a kind of sober consciousness.
Elif, did you always know that you were going to be a writer?
When you start writing stories, you're not necessarily dreaming of becoming an author. I didn't even know such a thing was possible. All I knew was that I had this need in me to read and write. The desire to become an author came to me later in my early 20s. And it's wonderful to listen to Min because it really, really resonates with me. There's so much struggle behind every book. But also I think it's becoming more and more difficult in the sense that, especially in countries like Turkey, where I come from, I do know that, art needs freedom, literature needs freedom. And if that freedom is not allowed, it becomes so difficult to write novels. Like anything you say can offend the authorities. In addition to that, I think being a woman is also harder because the literary world, even though it seems very open-minded at first glance, when you scratch the surface, underneath it is quite sexist. I think it's very patriarchal. Also, it's very homophobic. All of that is layer upon layer of struggle. And that's why I find it very important that women writers, storytellers, also storytellers from minority backgrounds, we keep talking to each other and we keep connecting beyond borders.
I mean, I'd like to hear a little bit more, what Elif is saying about the challenges of being a female writer. And I wonder, what are some of the struggles that you've faced?
Gosh, there's so many. I love everything that Elif is saying, and it's something that I think about every single day because women are constantly negotiating spaces and negotiating time, negotiating hierarchies. So depending upon which body you're in, people have certain opinions about you and how much time you can have. Unfortunately, people of color and minorities and women and poor people are so despised. We make people so uncomfortable because, especially those who are in literary spaces. Unfortunately, the arts and literature have so often been maintained and controlled by those who have resources. Even though people are seemingly very kind and open-minded, when you start thinking about, let's say, prizes or fellowships, and these very limited resources in the arts, and those resources are being fought for.
You're listening to The Conversation, and I'm with Minjin Lee and Elif Shafak, two award-winning authors who write about families, trauma, identity and belonging. Well, let's talk about your writing. Now, you both write about families and about the complex relationships between first and second and third generations. Why do you think that the idea of intergenerational